Chapter 4368. At this moment, Taoist Duo Bao waved his right hand and drew a map in the air. The starting point of the map was the southern heavenly gate. Everyone's strength was not weak, so they immediately remembered it in their hearts. Okay, I've said what I needed to say. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. After drawing the map, Taoist Duo Bao left behind a sentence and immediately left the second floor. You want to leave? Emperor God Zhongang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The chains tied to his body quietly swam out, wanting to capture Taoist Duo Bao. However, when Taoist Duo Bao walked out of the second floor, he strangely disappeared, as if he had never appeared. That old fox, as expected, he had a trick up his sleeve. Yes. In fact, even Lin Ling secretly made a move, but in the end, he still failed. When Taoist Duo Bao stood up, he immediately used the stairs of wisdom to seal the entire second floor. However, when he was about to do something, Taoist Duo Bao disappeared from Lin Ling's stairs of wisdom. Such a divine ability was beyond Lin Ling's expectations. He dared to come, as expected, he had a trick up his sleeve. Yes. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu said indifferently. Clearly, he had also secretly made a move, but he had also failed. All of you leave? Yes. Lin Ling chased away everyone on the second floor, then told everyone about Taoist Duo Bao's secret transmission. That iron box actually recorded the world will's host body? Yes. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu and the others' expressions changed. Now that the host body had appeared, the 9 prefectures' void would be shaken. Moreover, everyone knew that there were already 6 hosts, so there were only 4 left. Although no one knew who the 4 hosts were, everyone knew that among all the hosts, there would definitely be one that could decide the fate of the entire 9 prefectures' void and even the entire era of gods. No wonder the Spirit Nation and the 9 prefectures' void wanted to know who the host body was. It seems that the trip to the Ear Ox Cave is more troublesome than expected. Yes. Emperor God Zhonggang also said. Because it was related to the host body, there would definitely be many experts. Although it's a bit troublesome, we have to go to the Ear Ox Cave because there's a divine spring that can increase our strength. Yes. Lin Ling rubbed his forehead, suppressed the troublesome matter, and said, That's right. After we became gods, our cultivation speed became very, very slow. In the end, other than our lack of comprehension of the Great Tao, there is another reason, which is that we don't have enough cultivation resources. The effect of cultivating with imperial crystals is very weak. Only the divine spring is useful, but even so, it's the divine spring. In order to cultivate, the amount required was also huge. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu nodded. He and God Emperor Zhonggang had long become gods, but they were unable to break through. It was because they did not have enough cultivation resources. It was obviously very difficult to gather enough cultivation resources in the Jiuzhou Void. It was only possible in the realm of the gods. In that case, let us prepare for our journey. Lin Ling stood up and led the group out of the restaurant. However, when they arrived at the first floor, Long Yang was already waiting there. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Long Yang looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression, then gritted her teeth and said, She already knew that this trip to the realm of the gods would not be simple. It would be very dangerous to go alone. Therefore, if she could follow Lin Ling and the others, it would be much easier. But Lin Ling smiled at her and nodded. So straightforward? Seeing this, Long Yang could not help but be surprised. She thought that Lin Ling would take the opportunity to make some requests. Who knew that Lin Ling would agree without hesitation? What's there to be fussy about? Even if you go to the realm of the gods and get some opportunities, you might not be able to defeat me. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently and strode past Long Yang. Of course, there's another reason, which is that this trip is very dangerous. Even I can't guarantee anything, so it's better to have one more helper than one more enemy. Hearing this, Long Yang looked at Lin Ling's back as he left, and her expression became even more complicated. After leaving, Lin Ling first went to visit the 3rd princess and Grandma Wendao. Of course, he also went to the martial god barracks to give everyone pointers on their cultivation. After that, he immediately left without stopping. After a long time, everyone appeared in the void of Lei Gong's main hall. They were all looking and listening to Lin Ling's information. Jr Ox Cave? The young Qilin frowned and suddenly recalled, that's the territory of the demon god Ox Demon. Then, he saw that Lin Ling was puzzled, so he explained, back then, the realm of the gods was full of demons. There were many ancient demons that even the gods and Buddhas did not dare to provoke. One of them was the head of the 7 saints, the Ox Demon. Although no one knows where the Ox Demon went, his descendants were not simple. They were all as powerful as the gods, and they were called the Ox Demon clan. The head of the 7 saints. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Could it be the Ox Demon King, the demon god of the primordial era? Young Qilin, you were left behind from the era of the gods, so you must go. Then, Lin Ling looked at the young Qilin and said, but the young Qilin nodded. Lin Ling, I'll go too. Xing Yi said immediately. How about this, half of us will stay here, and the rest will follow us. After all, the Jr Ox Cave is also a land of treasures. You might be able to find your own fortuitous encounters there. Of course, those who stay at home don't have to worry. When we return, we will leave a portion of the treasures to you. But Lin Ling pondered and then made arrangements. We'll follow Lord Lei Gong's orders. Great leader, we'll do as you say. The people in Lei Gong's main hall and the God-Slayer Alliance replied in unison. The two of you will go as well. Gur will stay in the void. What do you think? Then Lin Ling looked at his wives and said, as Yu and Inuer were stronger, it was suitable for them to explore the Jr Ox Cave. After all, the two of them were only a little bit away from becoming gods. Although Xianxia was also very strong, her strength came from the many treasures she had. Her talent was not outstanding. But Xianxia nodded obediently. She did not want to be Lin Ling's burden when she went to the divine world. Don't worry. When you reach the peak of the martial god realm, I will bring you to the divine world. Yu and the rest have also reached the peak of the martial god realm. They can also try to become gods in the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling walked toward Xianxia and held Xianxuanger's hand. The latter nodded with a smile. Chapter 4369. All right, let's go. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush and gave the order to the group. After all, the experts from the Spirit Nation and Eugene had probably gone to the Ox Cave. Hence, Lin Ling did not want to lag behind them. Of course, it was better for them to go first. After all, the Ox Cave had the powerful demon bull. With them leading the way, Lin Ling and the rest would benefit from it. Soon, the group left the void. With the old man leading the way, Lin Ling and the rest flew towards the broken realm of the gods. The realm of the gods. Yu and the rest had never been to the realm of the gods. Hence, they were very curious about this legendary place. After a long time, fragments of land began to appear in front of them. They were scattered all over the void. Among them, a huge gate of gods sat there. It was majestic and majestic. The huge pillar of the gate was as huge as a mountain. Even from afar, they could see the swirling vortex in the gate. However, the vortex was still and not moving. It was very magical. Is that the gate of the gods? Yu and Inu couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw this. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Although it was not his first time here, he was still shocked when he saw the majestic gate. He could imagine that in the past, there were countless divine soldiers and divine generals guarding this gate. The gods of the gods were like locusts, entering and leaving through this gate. It represented the glory of the realm of the gods in the past. Lord Lei Gong, there are people in front. At this time, a trial taker's voice came from behind. Lin Ling looked over and saw that there were many people gathered outside the gate of the gods. Because there is a time limit to entering the realm of the gods. Otherwise, the huge vortex in the gate will not transport you to the realm of the gods. You may be lost in the realm of the gods forever. Hence, those who want to enter have to wait. An old man explained to Lin Ling patiently. Lin Ling nodded and sped up. After a while, Lin Ling saw that the people waiting at the gate of the god world were from Eugene and the Titanic Crescent god. Among them, there were two familiar faces, three spirits, and Qingmo Lin Ling continued to search for them, but he couldn't find them. It was Luli Empress' turn. If Luli Empress was here, Lin Ling might have attacked her on the spot. Other than the three spirits and Qingmo, there was another person that he was familiar with. He seemed to be a participant called He Qi. Back then in the Kaiyuan River, this person had also offended Lin Ling. And they were gathered outside the gates of the God realm, obviously waiting for the gates to open. Get out of my way. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from Lin Ling's side. Xianxia took a large step forward and looked coldly at the group of people. Get out of my way? In front of the giant gates, a person frowned and sneered. They had been waiting here for 3 months and were about to enter the gate of the God realm. But now, someone was telling them to get out of the way? I'll give you a chance. Take back what you said and kneel down to apologize. If you do, I won't kill you. The person slowly turned around, but when he saw the group of experts coming from afar, his expression changed instantly. Lei Gong's Great Hall. He obviously didn't expect Lei Gong's Great Hall to tell him to get out of the way. Lin Ling. Everyone else's expression changed when they saw the experts coming from afar. Three spirits and Qingmo in particular had a look of panic in their eyes. Get out of my way. With Xianxia leading the way, his cold and indifferent voice drifted out once more, appearing incomparably domineering. Xianxia, how arrogant. Among the crowd, a woman snorted. She was one of the 8 new gods, Luotian. She was almost killed by Qilin during the battle in the void. Why would Lei Gong's Great Hall suddenly want to go to the realm of gods? Didn't they disappear without a trace? Damn it, Lei Gong's Great Hall received the news so quickly. I'm afraid he's also going to the ox-holding cave. Behind the woman, the crowd was also discussing, but they didn't dare to move at all. Didn't you hear what I said? Get out of my way. Xianxia shouted angrily again. 3 spirits and the others were standing in front of the realm of gods, ready to enter. There were many of them, and if they all went in one by one, there was no telling when it would be Lei Gong's turn. Therefore, Xianxia wanted them to get out of the way and let Lei Gong's Great Hall enter first. Isn't Lei Gong's Great Hall too overbearing? We've been waiting for almost 3 months. Although they were afraid of Lei Gong's Great Hall, an old man gritted his teeth and said, "Slap him." However, just as he complained, a majestic voice sounded from behind. It was Lin Ling's voice. Roger. Xianxia was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Because Eugene and the Titanic Crescent Gods people had forced Lei Gong to his death, Lei Gong's Great Hall had been holding a grudge against them. Now that Lin Ling had spoken, they naturally didn't have to hold back. Xianxia rushed in front of the old man and slashed out with his blade. The old man was so frightened that he didn't dare to resist. Then, Xianxia grabbed him and slapped him in the face. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed through the void. Luotian and the other experts gritted their teeth. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Lin Ling, that's enough. Aren't you afraid that Eugene and the others will be angry with you for being so arrogant? Luotian was the strongest among them, and she was also one of the 8 new gods, so she spoke on behalf of everyone. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to speak to Lord Lei Gong? However, Lin Ling, who wasn't far from Lin Ling, took a step forward and released a terrifying aura. If Lei Gong hadn't ordered the Great Hall of Lei Gong not to avenge him, Lin Ling would have already killed Luotian. Go back and tell Eugene that I, Lin Ling, am arrogant. If she doesn't like it, tell her to come find me personally. At this time, Lin Ling said indifferently. With that, he led everyone towards the Divine World's Great Hall. Scram. Along the way, the experts who were blocking the Divine World's Great Hall were all sent flying. Some of them were beaten black and blue, but they didn't dare to resist. They could only glare at Lin Ling and the others with anger. They felt that they had been humiliated, and it was a heavy humiliation. Lin Ling, we've waited for 3 months. Everything has a first-come first-served basis. Why don't you let us go in first? Luotian also felt humiliated, but she endured it and said through gritted teeth. Nonsense. Lin Ling looked at her with disdain and replied coldly. I have 3 divine springs here. If you let us go in first, these treasures will belong to you. How about it? Luotian gritted her teeth again, but she still didn't dare to go against Lin Ling, so she said in a low voice. With that, she waved her right hand and the 3 divine springs appeared in front of her. She pushed them towards Lin Ling. The divine springs were what Lin Ling valued the most. Chapter 4370. Sanwang Divine Spring, you're really generous. Lin Ling looked at Luo Shindao indifferently. He wasn't familiar with Luo Shindao, but he could sense that Luo Shindao was very powerful. As long as Hall Lei Gong is willing to accept it and the misunderstanding can be resolved, all of this will be worth it. After all, Lord Lei Gong knows that we were forced to do so. Luo Shindao immediately smiled when she saw that Lin Ling had relented. Lin Ling, I will also offer 2 holy springs. I hope that we can forget about our past grievances. Luo Shindao and Qing Mo quickly stepped out of the holy springs and said with smiles. A total of 7 holy springs floated towards Lin Ling. This was enough to show Luo Shindao's sincerity. After all, everyone knew how precious the holy springs were. Moreover, Luo Shindao and the rest were the 8 new deities. Even though they were humiliated by Lin Ling, they didn't dare to be angry. Instead, they offered treasures to build a friendship. This showed how humble they were. Forget about our past grievances? Lin Ling suddenly smiled and looked at Luo Shindao and the rest indifferently. Yes. Luo Shindao and the rest nodded. They thought that Lin Ling was tempted. However, at that moment, Lin Ling said calmly, everyone here, hand over 10 holy springs and we will forget about our past grievances. 10 holy springs per person? How could that be possible? After all, even someone as powerful as Luo Shindao only had 3 holy springs. Moreover, it was the result of many years of accumulation. It was difficult for her to take out 10 holy springs, let alone 10 holy springs per person. If that was the case, they would have to hand over thousands of holy springs. Lin Ling, you are making a fool out of us. The faces of the 3 spirits instantly turned ugly, and so did the others, especially Luotian. Her face was the coldest because she had already humbled herself. However, Lin Ling had ruthlessly trampled on her apology in front of so many people. So what if I am making a fool out of you? Lin Ling shrugged and gave Yang Qilin a look. Yang Qilin understood and pounced on Luo Shindao. Then screams were heard. Yang Qilin had grabbed Luo Shindao by the neck and they were kowtowing to Lin Ling in the void. As Luo Shindao was the one who had been grumbling, he had started with him. How overbearing! Seeing this, everyone gasped. However, they pursed their lips tightly and didn't dare to say a word. Even Luotian was the same. Because she had a feeling that if she dared to speak nonsense, Lin Ling would also dare to attack her. Why aren't you speaking? When the young Qilin grabbed the 3 spirits to kowtow, it also gave them a few fierce slaps, causing them to feel dizzy and disoriented. The 3 spirits could not resist at all, and did not even dare to resist. Although he was also one of the 8 new gods, his strength was clearly no match for the young Qilin. Let's go. Lin Ling glanced at Luo Shindao and Luo Shindao. Then, he led the group to the gate of the god realm. Everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to block his path. After Lin Ling and the rest had passed, they looked at the people in Lei Gong's hall with complicated gazes. The new generation of thunder gods was even more domineering than the old generation of thunder gods. That was the only thought in their minds. Thunder had always been domineering and unruly. However, the thunder god had experienced too much back then and had long cultivated his character. Therefore, although he gave people the impression that he was majestic, he was not domineering. However, Lin Ling was different. He appeared to be unparalleled and domineering. Lin Ling, wait for us. Just as Lin Ling and the rest arrived at the gate of the god realm, a large number of people flew over from afar. Leading them was Cuihua. This group of people were the elites from the Curishan. Cuihua Little South? Lin Ling's eyes wandered and could not help but smile. It really is Brother Lin Ling. Little South also smiled excitedly. Then, she led the Curishan people to Lin Ling's side. Where are the Curishan? Lin Ling looked at them from head to toe and asked. Grandpa Curishan has already gone in. Hearing this, Cui Hua immediately said. Lin Ling nodded. It seemed that the treasure in the ear-holding ox cave must be extraordinary. Otherwise, that old man who only knew how to smoke would never make a move. "Oh right, Grandpa Curishin asked us to apologize on your behalf." Cui Hua suddenly thought of something and quickly bowed to Lin Ling and the rest. She was talking about Lei Gong's death. At that time, the Curishin did not come to help. "It's okay. If Lord Lei Gong was here, he would know your painstaking efforts." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He had a feeling that even if Lei Gong was still alive, he would not want the Curishin to help. Because at that time, Lei Gong could not face the Curishin. After all, Lei Gong and the Curishin had the same mission and goal, which was to attack the will of the world. And this was no longer a matter of personal friendship. It was a matter of their standpoints. During the few days when Lord Lei Gong died, Grandpa Curishin was in a bad mood. I saw him cry. Seeing that Lin Ling did not care, Cui Hua and the rest said in low spirits. This also let Lin Ling know that the Curishin and Lord Lei Gong had a deep friendship. Perhaps the Curishin's grief was no less than theirs after Lei Gong's death. Rumble. At this moment, the gate of the realm of God in front of them rumbled. Then, the originally still whirlpool finally began to rotate slowly. "Lord Lei Gong, the whirlpool has risen. After entering the whirlpool, we will reach the realm of God." An old man behind him immediately reminded. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward. He took the lead and shot into the gate of the realm of God. Seeing the people in Lei Gong's hall rushing into the gate of the realm of God, Luoshan and the rest in the distance were envious. They wanted to get closer to the gate of the realm of God, but when they thought of Lin Ling's tyranny, they held back in the end. After all, Lei Gong had Lei Gong's prestige. How could he enter the gate of the realm of God at the same time as others? Therefore, if they dared to barge in, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. When Lin Ling and the rest disappeared one after another, the whirlpool of the gate of the realm of God suddenly stopped. Obviously, entering the gate of the realm of God this time might not be entering the realm of God. This also meant that they had missed this opportunity again. Bastard! Seeing this, everyone could not help but curse angrily. They had waited for a full 3 months. It was not easy to wait, but it was snatched away by Lin Ling. Now, they obviously had to wait for another 3 months. This Lin Ling. Thinking of this, everyone felt so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was no way to vent it. Rumble. Looking at Lin Ling and the rest, they passed through the whirlpool of the realm of God in the ancient forest. In Lin Ling's mind, the mysterious scene that he saw when he first walked through the gate of the realm of God appeared again in a hazy state. However, it disappeared quickly this time. When Lin Ling appeared, an ancient divine wind spread out. However, when it reached Lin Ling's surroundings, it was immediately blocked by divine origin. Compared to the last time, Lin Ling did not feel any pressure this time. It seemed that only with divine origin could one not bear the pressure in the realm of God. Looking at Yu and the rest, because they had not stepped into the realm of God, they immediately felt a strong pressure coming at them. Chapter 4371. Go and find the sealed God circle first. Yes. Lin Ling turned to Yu and the rest, and let the people from Lei Gong's palace follow them. Lin Ling planned to bring Nan Wufengyu and the rest to scout the way first. The Ear Ox Cave is no small matter. We will go and find that secret realm first. After you all become gods, follow the map to find us. Yes. Lin Ling also showed the map of the Ear Ox Cave to everyone. After everyone nodded, they immediately brought Yu and the rest to the distance. With the southern heavenly gate as the starting point, fly towards the south. Yes. Lin Ling and Nan Wufengyu were paying attention to the map. Fortunately, although the divine world was broken, the southern heavenly gate still existed and could be used as a reference. Otherwise, looking for the Ear Ox Cave in this vast divine world would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Behind Lin Ling, other than Nan Wufengyu and the rest, there was only Longyang left. As for Little South and the rest, they volunteered to help Yu and the rest. It seemed that Lei Gong's death made them feel very guilty, so they also wanted to help Lei Gong's palace to make up for it. Everyone followed the map and passed through the divine world, passing through the broken divine mountains and ancient ruins. GG. A strong sense of danger quietly enveloped everyone, causing their faces to change and their speed to increase by a bit. This divine world is really full of danger. Yes. Everyone was secretly cautious. The danger from before was too terrifying, and they didn't know how to face it. Yes. A painful moaning sound came from afar. It seemed that someone had appeared in a desolate sand dune, but the sound quickly disappeared. It should be an expert from the 9 prefectures. Yes. Lin Ling calmly said. His soul force was strong, so he naturally sensed that something strange had happened there. A completely black thing seemed to have swallowed a lower god. What a strange thing, like a shadow, and its attack is very terrifying. It can actually rush into a martial artist's dantian and swallow the dantian without fear of divine origin. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu was powerful, and he also sensed it. It looks like a dark spirit. Zhang Gang God Lord frowned and said, he seemed to have seen such a strange thing before. Dark spirit? Lin Ling's expression greatly changed after hearing this. Nanwu Fengyu saw that Lin Ling seemed to know about black essence and couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. Black essence is a product of heaven and earth. It is an excellent material for forging treasures and setting up barriers. It can be divided into 100,000-year-old black essence, 300,000-year-old black essence, 500,000-year-old black essence, and 1,000,000-year-old black essence. However, a 1,000,000-year-old black essence is incomparably precious. Lin Ling had obtained the barrier inheritance from the inheritance treasure of God, so he was very familiar with black goblins. Moreover, not only could this type of dark essence be used to forge treasures, it could also be used for cultivation. Its effect was not much worse than the divine spring. If the dark essence was more than 500,000 years old, its effect would be even better than the divine spring. However, dark essence had a spirit and was very difficult to refine. The man before was killed by the dark goblin, right? Behind him, Cui Hua also said with a face full of fear. That's right, let's leave immediately. Don't let the dark goblins target us. Lin Ling immediately led everyone forward. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that the dark goblin before was not targeting them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lin Ling, is the dark goblin so scary? Seeing Lin Ling anxiously leaving, the giant ghost asked curiously. In fact, the dark goblin is not scary. What is scary is that it likes to hide in the dark. Once it has its eyes on you, unless something strange happens, it will never give up on you. It will attack you at any time. If it enters your dantian, unless you can attack it before it swallows your dantian, kill it or wait for your death. So scary? This dark goblin should be very strong. It's not that strong, but it never confronts you directly. If you retreat, it will escape. If you leave, it will follow. It is like a fly, chasing after you relentlessly. Hearing Lin Ling's explanation, everyone secretly broke out in cold sweat. The things in the realm of gods were really scary. Think about it, hiding in the dark and having an assassin following you at any time, taking advantage of your carelessness to launch a sneak attack, that was definitely a nightmare. As Lin Ling led everyone forward, he also transmitted a message to Yu and the others, telling them to be careful when they come over and not to walk near the continent. Almost there. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at the map, and his eyes lit up. An ancient continent began to quietly appear in front of them. This continent was very mysterious. Most of it was hidden in pitch-black clouds, making it impossible for people to see everything under the clouds. Because of this, no one could clearly see how big this continent was. They could only vaguely see the peak of an ancient mountain, looming. What a dense devil chi! Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu immediately said. Faintly, in the vast continent, he could hear the sound of cows. Taoist Master Duo Bao said that this continent was taken away by the head of the 7 saints with a supreme divine ability. It returned to the realm of gods after millions of years. Now, the seal of the Ear Cow Cave is still there, but it will be unsealed soon. Lin Ling stared ahead and discovered that there were two huge divine mountains in front of him. There was a small path in between the divine mountains that seemed to lead to the inside of the Ji Air Ox cave. However, the path was shrouded in fog and looked very mysterious. It seemed to still be in a sealed state. In front of the path, there was a stone board with a radius of 100 meters hanging on the cliff. Looking carefully, it seemed to be a chessboard. However, there were many people gathered in front of the chessboard. They were all staring at the chessboard, as if thinking about something. It seems that many people have entered the Ear Cow Cave, and those people should also want to enter. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu also stared at the group of people, but discovered that many of them were extremely unfamiliar. However, there were many people in the group who were incomparably powerful, having the strength of a mid-stage lower god. Who are these people? They look unfamiliar. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised because other than the people who had met the four great gods, there were many people he was unfamiliar with. However, the man and woman he had met in Qingzhou were also there at the moment. They were both looking at the chessboard on the cliff. Go down. After that, Lin Ling did not linger. He led the group down and slowly walked towards the cliff. More people are coming. Seeing Lin Ling and the rest arrive, many people turned to look with surprise in their eyes. They are people from the Great Hall of Lei Gong. The person in the lead is Lei Gong. Someone said solemnly. Obviously, he was one of the four great gods. Great Hall of Lei Gong. Some unfamiliar people also looked at Lin Ling. Obviously, they had heard of the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Didn't Lei Gong fall? That is the new Lei Gong. A young man wearing a scholar's robe with his hands behind his back said indifferently. Chapter 4372. It was obvious that these people were from the Dragon Clan. Let's hope that the Great Hall of Lei Gong has countless experts as well. If that's the case, we'll be able to enter the cave. Suddenly, the young man who was dressed like a scholar yet seemed very divine smiled as he spoke. Every single move he made carried the tune of the Grand Tao, and it was extremely composed. Sacred Progenitor, Eugene, Curishan, and Titanic Crescent God have all entered the cave. If we can't break the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc, we'll have to stay outside the cave forever. Yes. Next to him, an old man respectfully spoke to the youth. It's fine. With so many experts here, if we work together, we'll have a chance to enter. I'm just afraid that some of these famous experts have undeserved reputation. Yes. The youth called Sacred Progenitor laughed and looked at the experts present. Of course, there weren't many who could catch his attention. There was one in the Great Hall of Lei Gong, one in the Dragon Clan, and one in the golden green python robe. There were 3 people in total. These 3 people clearly represented the 3 great factions, the 3 great emperor-level powerhouses. Great Hall of Lei Gong, you must have just arrived. Yes. After pondering for a moment, the young man called Sacred Generation Primogenitor smiled and looked at Lin Ling. That's right. Yes. Although Lin Ling was unfamiliar with this person, he could sense that this person had an extraordinary aura, so he nodded. Since you've just arrived, you must not know about the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc. If you can't open the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc, it'll be very difficult to enter the cave. Unfortunately, we're not lucky enough to follow Eugene and the others in, so we can only open the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc ourselves. After all, Eugene and the others are lower god realm experts. Only with the help of late-stage lower god experts could open the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc. The Sacred Progenitor smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. From the Sacred Progenitor's tone, it seemed like he didn't care about Eugene and the others. What was his background? Could it be an expert from the Spirit Nation? Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. After the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures, all kinds of dragon ghosts and serpent gods appeared. Presumably, that young man also rose up after the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures. Or perhaps, he came from an even more ancient divine sect. After that, Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed, "You mean, we should cooperate?" "Not bad." The primogenitor nodded. "If you want to open the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc, not only do you need great strength, but you also need to have a deep understanding of the Great Tao. There aren't many people here with such strength. Your Lei Gong Hall barely qualifies. Although he spoke politely, there was a hint of contempt in his words. It was as if he was saying that if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, the Lei Gong Palace wouldn't have had the chance to cooperate with him. Sure, but I hope that you won't be a burden to His Highness Lei Gong. Lin Ling nodded and agreed, but there was a hint of contempt in his words. Interesting. Let's wait and see. The primogenitor smiled and looked at the other two emperors with a questioning look in his eyes. Sure. The Dragon Tribe youth nodded. I agree too. The man in the golden-green robe also nodded. Count us in. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. It was the man and woman that Lin Ling had fought in the Eight-God Sky Palace. However, their aura was mysterious, and no one could tell how strong they were. Therefore, not many people paid attention to them at first. After all, those who could appear here were all strong people. Unless you were very famous, others wouldn't recognize you at all. Do you have the qualifications? Seeing this, the Dragon Tribe youth squinted his eyes and looked over. I think they have the qualifications. However, before the man and woman spoke, Lin Ling spoke up for them. Because only Lin Ling and the others knew how strong the man and woman were. Alright, since Lei Gong has spoken up for them, I think they have the qualifications. The Dragon Tribe youth nodded and did not stop them. The man and woman looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile. Their appearances had changed, and they were completely different from when they were in the Eight-God Sky Palace. However, Lin Ling could still recognize them through their aura. If he remembered correctly, the man was called the Underworld's Soul Sealer. As for the woman, she seemed to be from the Underworld's South Tomb. Alright, those who decided to contribute, you can bring your people in. As for those who didn't contribute, I'm very sorry. If the Great Way Cloud pattern plate is opened later, because you didn't contribute, you can't go in. At this time, the primogenitor said calmly. What gives you the right? Hearing this, someone immediately said unwillingly. This person was from the Titanic Crescent God's side. Because of this. The primogenitor smiled and waved his right hand. In the void, 9 stars aligned and turned into a sacred brush that fell into the primogenitor's hand. He gently drew it. Endless divine power spread out and enveloped that person's body, causing his body to become illusory. What's going on? The person looked at his illusory body and his expression changed drastically. Most importantly, after being illusory, he could not use any techniques. In the end, he became completely transparent, and only a vague outline could be seen before he disappeared without a trace. He's dead. Looking at the expert who was gradually disappearing, everyone's hearts thumped wildly. Because, for better or for worse, that was a lesser god, but he was killed so easily. They could not help but look at the primogenitor. Although they already knew that he was extraordinary, after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized the gap between them. What powerful divine energy, a total of 8,000. Lin Ling was shocked. He had a feeling that this person was not using his full strength. Divine fetus in the 9th grade. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu said calmly, this strength is almost on par with mine. Lin Ling nodded. As expected, experts were as common as clouds. Now let's begin. Who wants to go first? At this time, the progenitor also stared at the huge chessboard on the cliff and said, this grand Tao cloud pattern board has the positions of the 5 chi stars. Only when one of the 5 stars is not dim can the other stars be opened at the same time. Then, the path to the Ear Ox Cave will be opened. As for us, there are 5 Emperor-level experts. Each of us will open 1 star. How about it? Moreover, I'll be at a disadvantage because I'll be the last to open the star position. After all, the further we go, the more star positions will be opened, and the more difficult it will be. Hearing this, everyone nodded. The first person to open their chi was undoubtedly the easiest. Chapter 4373. Rumble. However, a huge golden python suddenly slithered out from among the primordial divine beasts. It swept across all the primordial divine beasts, and even the dragons were forcefully killed by the python. As expected of Emperor God Golden Python. The sacred generation primogenitor seemed to be aware of the man's background, which was why he exclaimed in admiration.
What?
The man's face was cold. He suddenly slammed his right hand on the chessboard and landed on the eastern star position. Instantly, a wave of energy spread out and enveloped the great Tao cloud pattern chessboard like water vapor. Gradually, a ray of starlight appeared in the eastern direction. At first, the starlight was very dim, as if it would be extinguished at any time. However, the man roared. His head was a mix of human and snake. He spat out a powerful force in the direction of the starlight. That was 9,000 units of divine energy. The divine energy was like dry wood burning in a raging fire, causing the starlight to become even brighter. "Your Majesty, I'll help you." When the few people behind him saw that the man seemed to be struggling, they immediately urged all their divine energy to surge into the starlight. These people were all early-stage low gods, but because they had been cultivating for a very long time, they were all very powerful. With their help, the starlight in the eastern direction not only became brighter, but also a little dazzling. Done. After an unknown period of time, the man took a step back. Looking closely, his forehead was covered in sweat. Clearly, the process of opening the star position was not easy. This star position is really difficult. This is nothing because this is only the first ray of starlight. The next ones will be even harder. I wonder if the rest of the factions will succeed. That golden python man is very strong, and the people he brought are not weak either. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They all wanted to see who would be the second. "You guys go first." The sacred generation primogenitor also smiled confidently, which made many people admire him. "Me." At this time, the young man from the dragon race walked out. Then his body trembled, and he transformed into a giant golden dragon. Endless light scattered from the dragon's body, making the originally dark void look like a meteor shower. Radiant golden dragon, the supreme bloodline of the dragon race. Seeing this, the primogenitor could not help but exclaim, "Radiant golden dragon?" Everyone was shocked. As expected, there were many experts here. Mid-stage lower god strength. A powerhouse from Yushin mumbled to himself.
What?
The giant radiant golden dragon was hovering in front of the cliff, as if it was looking for something. Looking at the cliff, it was hazy and blocked everything. Only a faint ray of starlight could be seen. Of course, as time passed, the starlight seemed to be dimming. If you want to find the second star position, you need to understand the Tao. The sacred generation primogenitor said, "I said that the difficulty of opening the second star is doubled. It's fine if you fail. At worst, we can wait for more powerful experts to come. However, the dragon race will lose face because of you." Even though he was reminding him, his words carried a sense of superiority.
What?
Up in the sky, the bright golden dragon roared furiously. It seemed that it did not want to lose face and burst forth with full power. Boundless light appeared, illuminating a corner of the world. Above the void, a solar storm arrived. The scorching heat and golden light shrouded the sky above the Ear Ox Cave. It illuminated the rolling demonic clouds.
What?
In the next moment, countless roars sounded under the demonic clouds. Clearly, the demonic gods in the Ox Cave had noticed the solar storm. Even the experts in the Ox Cave looked up at the sky, knowing that another expert wanted to enter the Ox Cave. Dragons roar. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon in front of the cliff spat out a ray of light, blowing away the chi in front of the cliff. Then, a dazzling ray of light landed on the great Tao cloud pattern disk. Clearly, he had found the second star position. However, as he had spent too much energy searching for the starlight, he did not have enough energy to light it up. "Let me help you." At this moment, several dragons soared into the sky. They all had the purest dragon god bloodline. They opened their mouths and spat out dragon pearls, which fused into the dazzling golden light. Then, the dim starlight became brighter and brighter. The second star position is indeed difficult to find. Fortunately, there are many experts in the dragon tribe. Otherwise, they would have failed. If they failed, not being able to enter is a small matter, but embarrassing the dragon tribe is a big deal. The second star position is already so difficult. It's hard to imagine how difficult the next one will be. The crowd was in an uproar, admiring the strength of such an expert. After a long while, the dragons landed. They wiped off their sweat with proud looks on their faces, especially the young man who was transformed from the light golden dragon. He even swept his proud gaze over everyone. "Dragon tribe, I've succeeded," he said calmly. "I hope you won't disappoint me too much in the next 3-star positions." Now that he had succeeded, he had the right to say that. Moreover, if someone failed, he would definitely kick them while they were down and mock them. The more stars there are, the greater the pressure will be. Not to mention finding those star positions, even lighting up those star positions will be twice as difficult. Let me do the 3rd star position. At this moment, the Nether Realm Demon Sealer walked out and chanted a complicated incantation. Under his incantation, the sky rumbled incessantly. Next, a huge bronze door slowly opened. When the bronze door was wide enough for one person to enter, an ancient scroll floated out. It grew bigger and bigger, sealing the entire Great Tao cloud pattern disk. It's a seal left behind by a medium god. The Nether Realm Demon Sealer muttered to himself. From his expression, it seemed that it was very difficult for him to open the bronze door. "Found it." Suddenly he shouted. Then he pointed with his finger and shouted, "Open the Nether Gate, life and death." The finger seemed ordinary, but it had the power to point at life and death and reverse time. With the help of the ancient scroll, he easily found the star position. Therefore, after he pointed, the 3rd star light lit up, shocking everyone. That was because the speed at which he found the star position was too fast. The aura of the Nether Realm. The eyes of the Saint Progenitor and the radiant golden dragon flashed. They finally knew the origin of this person, and he was much stronger than they had imagined. "I'll help you." To light up the 3rd star, the power required was obviously several times greater. Therefore, the black-robed woman also stepped forward to help. Chapter 4374. With the woman's help, the 3rd ray of starlight became brighter and brighter. In the end, it completely lit up the Great Tao cloud pattern plate. Looking closely, there were 3 rays of starlight on the chessboard, as though they represented the 3 godly emperors. "Lei Gong Hall, it's your turn." "Ah." The Saint Progenitor smiled and looked at Lin Ling. The Lei Gong Hall he was talking about was not only Lin Ling, but also the entire Lei Gong Hall. After all, it was impossible for one person to light up the later rays of starlight. Even Emperor God Golden Python needed the help of others to light up the first ray of starlight. This Saint Progenitor is so confident. He's letting others light up the starlight first. Ah! Everyone was shocked by the Saint Progenitor's boldness. However, when they thought of his strength and mysterious background, they felt that it was normal. "No need. You go first." "Ah!" However, at this moment, Lin Lin also spoke on behalf of the Thunder God Palace. "What?" "Ah!" Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's words, including the Light Golden Dragon and Emperor God Golden Python. They all knew that the Saint Progenitor was stronger than all of them. Therefore, it was normal for him to let others go first. However, the Lei Gong Hall did not want others to let others go first? "Are you kidding?" "Ah!" The Saint Progenitor was also shocked. If it was the previous Lei Gong, he naturally would not let others go first. However, this was the new Lei Gong. He did not seem to have the qualifications to do so. Such a small Great Tao cloud pattern plate is not difficult for our Lei Gong Hall. Therefore, leave the most difficult one to our Lei Gong Hall. Of course, if you insist on leaving it to the end, we don't mind. After all, it's just for fun. Lin Ling nodded and said calmly, "Just for fun?" Many people stuck out their tongues when they heard Lin Ling's arrogant words. They had seen how hard the various experts worked in order to light up the starlight. It could be said that they used all their strength. Where did this guy come from? He doesn't even have a draft for bragging. The man called God Emperor Jin Mang sneered in disdain. He didn't know Lin Ling, so he naturally felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant to recognize himself. "Interesting. Good, then I'll accept your offer." The Saint Generation Primogenitor laughed loudly and decided to attack. Because Lei Gong was so arrogant, it would be fun if he failed. He drifted away, his long robes fluttering, and his entire being began to fade away. In an instant, countless starlight appeared in his body and floated above the void. The void was also filled with specks of starlight. It was like the Milky Way and an astrolabe. The primogenitor is comprehending the great Tao. Someone said solemnly, "What a powerful technique. He actually transformed into the void." Crash. At this moment, the starlight in the sky turned and swam like fish, forming constellations. It was as if the Milky Way was pouring down and shining on the ground. This made people raise their heads and look at the sky in disbelief. The constellations that were constantly moving seemed to have a spirit. Every star seemed to represent a void and endless life. Among those stars, people could feel the might of the great Tao. Buzz. At this moment, an ancient buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Then, everyone saw that the endless stars in the sky began to circle around each other. At first, it was very slow, but it gradually sped up. In the end, it turned into a huge starry whirlpool, and all the stars were sucked into it. Into the whirlpool, they swam to the end and appeared at the starting point again. It was a cycle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the whirlpool sped up, the buzzing sound came out continuously. It was as if the first life of the void was being born. It was as if the whirlpool was sucking all life into it. People raised their heads and could only see the majestic whirlpool. It was so huge that it occupied the entire sky. This caused everyone to feel dazzled and confused. God's steps. Lin Ling also looked at the sky and instantly found something. And it's not a weak God step. He should be using the God steps to comprehend the great Tao and find the fourth star. Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu said solemnly. This mysterious youth called the sacred progenitor was indeed very strong. Boom. At this moment, the astral maelstrom in the air exploded, causing boundless astral light to cascade down. After that, the entire space dimmed as a figure slowly appeared. He was none other than the sage primogenitor. In addition, he looked extremely ordinary with his hands clasped behind his back. He was clad in a long robe. His robe swayed slightly, but this ordinariness gave people a feeling of returning to simplicity. "Brush, come." He muttered to himself and waved his right hand in the sky. Then, a bamboo brush floated down and landed in the sacred progenitor's hand. Brush drops shocking wind and rain. The sacred progenitor let out a calm voice. However, when it landed in people's ears, it was like a divine prophecy. Everything was so illusory yet so real. The brush in his hand gently wrote 4 large words. "Worship as a god." After these 4 words came out, a terrifying power and pressure erupted. Everyone on the ground found it difficult to breathe. Even the golden dragon of the dragon race felt as if he was carrying a mountain. Such power! Just from this move alone, they knew that the sacred progenitor was stronger than them. The words, "worship like a god," floated out and landed on the grand Tao cloud pattern disk. All of the energy was blown away, and the 3 stars that were lit up before could be clearly seen. However, the 4th star also instantly appeared, and it became even more dazzling. The sacred progenitor found the star so quickly. What a great stroke! Heroic! Everyone exclaimed in admiration. At present, it was easiest for the primogenitor to open the star position. It was as easy as blowing off dust. No wonder he let someone open the star position first. However, as the star grew brighter and brighter, the progenitor didn't stop. He waved his brush, and waves of godly power landed on the star, making it even more dazzling than the previous 3 rays of starlight. "Progenitor, we're here to help you." On the ground, some people dressed in similar attire as the primogenitors also urged their godly power and poured it into the starlight. Rumble. As a result, the huge chessboard on the cliff also shook. Endless light bloomed. This sacred progenitor is tricking us. This change made Lin Ling's eyes flash. He somewhat understood the sacred progenitor's intention. This person was constantly lighting up the star. When the Lei Gong Palace lit up the star, the difficulty would increase by several times. Chapter 4375. Lin Ling suddenly floated up. With a loud roar, the steps of wisdom turned into a rolling river, enveloping the great Tao cloud pattern plate. Since the saint progenitor dared to underestimate the Lei Gong Hall, he would let the latter know the power of the Lei Gong Hall. What? Seeing Lin Ling float up, everyone was shocked. Because Lin Ling wanted to light up 2 stars at the same time. This guy is crazy. Yeah, this way, the difficulty will be increased by 10 times. The dragon race and the underworld demon sealer said with a solemn expression. The Lei Gong Hall, can you do it? At this moment, the saint progenitor also looked at Lin Ling. Although he was shocked, his fighting spirit was also aroused by the Lei Gong Hall. This was because, under the leadership of the previous generation of Thunder Gods, he still thought that the Thunder God Great Hall was very impressive. However, this new Thunder God, from the very beginning, he did not take it to heart. However, Lin Ling just smiled and did not say anything. Rumble. At this moment, the great Tao cloud pattern plate on the cliff was still shaking, and the sound was deafening. Lin Ling, are you looking for the 5th star? Yes. Many people narrowed their eyes. Because Lin Ling and the saint progenitor had lit up 2 stars together, the last star was undoubtedly the hardest to find. However, they did not know that Lin Ling was also using the steps of wisdom. Moreover, his steps of God were several times stronger than the saint progenitors. Therefore, when it was sealed in the great Tao cloud pattern plate, Lin Ling also seemed to be controlling the entire great Tao cloud pattern plate. He had noticed before that in order to find the star, he had to comprehend the great Tao. However, the steps of wisdom had such an effect. Even the steps of God had such an effect. Even the underworld demon sealer's opening of the bronze gate and the sacred generation primogenitor's starry sky explosion had been used to comprehend the great Tao through the divine steps. And Lin Ling's soul force was the strongest. His stare of wisdom was more terrifying than everyone's stare of God. It was just that it didn't have any attack power, but in terms of sealing power, no one here could compare to him. The 5th star position isn't that easy to find. At this moment, the sacred generation primogenitor also sensed that there was a mysterious power spitting out from the great Tao cloud pattern disk. However, he still didn't care about it. On the contrary, he quietly activated his divine power and ordered the people under the curtain to light up the starlight with all their might. At that time, he would like to see how Lin Ling would light up the 5th starlight. Clearly, his arrogance had been aroused. He would rather not enter the Xianxia cave for the time being. That way, he would trample the great hall of Lei Gong under his feet. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dim starlight appeared on the great path cloud pattern plate that was more than 100 meters wide. The 5th starlight has appeared. Someone exclaimed. Then, the crowd went into an uproar. This was because Lin Ling's speed of finding the 5th starlight was faster than anyone else. One had to know that Lin Ling was currently the 5th starlight. It was already difficult to find it, but he had done it together with the sacred generation primogenite. This was even more difficult. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. Not only did this guy's strength increase, he even hit a trick in the last battle with me. That trick should be the stare of God. The underworld demon sealer said with a serious expression. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. As for the sacred generation primogenitor, his expression changed. He was shocked that Lin Ling had found the star position so quickly. However, he couldn't care less now. He increased his strength and lit up the starlight. This was because Lin Ling had found the star position. This was something that couldn't be changed. Therefore, the only thing he could do was light up the starlight and become the most dazzling of the 5 stars. The 3rd stage. At this moment in the sky, after Lin Ling found the position of the star, he let out a low roar. His gray robe appeared and he slapped it out. It seemed like a simple action, but it carried a violent might of the great path. It landed on the position of the star, causing the originally dim position of the star to suddenly become dazzling. It was changing at a crazy speed towards the blazing sun. So powerful! This Lei Gong only used his strength alone to make the star position so dazzling. I'm afraid his strength isn't weak at all. People were shocked again. Experts of the Dragon Clan like the Radiant Golden Dragon didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Now, they felt that Lin Ling was a great enemy. Divine power at least above 5,000. However, his divine origin is terrifying. It's like a torrential river. Moreover, it also carries other forces. It seems to be physical strength. The sacred generation primogenitor's eyes flashed. He didn't expect this new generation of Lei Gong to be so strong. Although Lin Ling's divine energy couldn't compare to his, and his cultivation was even lower than his, Lin Ling's divine energy was so abundant that it didn't seem to be much weaker than his, a mid-stage low god. Most importantly, Lin Ling had a domain that was stronger than his, and that was his physical strength. Reversal of the long river. The sacred generation primogenitor shouted and waved his brush. 2 streams of starlight shone down from the sky and landed on the tip of his brush. The brush was dazzling, and it was as if a river of time had appeared. It was unstoppable. Rumble. When this force landed on the great path cloud pattern chessboard, the huge chessboard shook a little and the force was reflected back. This caused the people near the cliff to feel as if they were washed by a flood and couldn't help but retreat. Primonid, could he be the legendary brush god? Legend has it that in ancient times, a god was rushing to take an exam at night. Along the way, he encountered a white fox. Later, he fell in love with the white fox. Using the white fox, the scholar entered the great path and became a god. With a single brush, he could write the entire world, a magnificent army, and the endless great path. I'm afraid this group of people is related to that bloodline. The underworld devil sealer whispered to the woman next to him. Primogenitor, we will help you. At this time, the people brought by the sacred generation primogenitor also had brushes in their hands. They wrote down the endless great path under the sky. Taking a closer look, countless heavenly words surged towards the great path cloud pattern plate, making the light of the 4th star seem to represent the entire great path cloud pattern plate. Looking at the starlight that represented the Thunder God Hall, it was now completely covered, just like the previous 3 starlights. The sacred generation primogenitor wants the 5th star. It was not difficult to guess the sacred generation primogenitor's thoughts. He was obviously competing with Lei Gong's hall. However, the sacred generation primogenitor was clearly related to the Age of Gods, and even came from the Great Desolate Era. As for Lei Gong's hall, it was naturally incomparable. What do you think of Lei Gong's hall? At this moment, the sacred generation primogenitor smiled faintly. He had his hands behind his back, and he held a brush in his hand. He looked like a god from the Age of Gods. What he meant was that Lei Gong's hall should be given up. Because only Lei Gong's hall was given up, he would withdraw, and the great path cloud pattern board would be completely opened. Young Qilin. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also shouted in a low voice.
What?
In mid-air, an ancient cyan Qilin appeared. Its 4 limbs were like mountains, and its mane was fluttering in the wind. It was as if it had come from the prehistoric era. The moment it appeared, the experts of the Dragon Clan were all trembling. They could feel a terrifying pressure coming from it, making their bodies tremble. Chapter 4376. This meant that the Qilin's bloodline was above theirs. Roar! The green Qilin opened its mouth and spat out a green pearl that landed on the great Tao cloud pattern plate. The heavenly sutras that were inscribed by the sage generation primogenitors were blown away, causing popping sounds to ring out. At the same time, the star that represented the Thunderlord Hall began to shine brightly. What? The primogenitor's expression changed. There was such a powerful expert in Lei Gong's hall? Grandpa Treasure God! Lin Ling shouted. He knew that the primogenitor looked down on their Lei Gong's hall. Now, it was time to tell him that Lei Gong's hall was not to be humiliated. Rumble! Nanwa Fenyu Treasure God floated up and unleashed a punch. The wind and rain came as if it came from the divine world. The devilish clouds above the Ji-Er Ox Cave were blown away as well. Late-stage lower god. Seeing this, the primogenitor's eyes narrowed. Looking at the great Tao cloud pattern plate, the star representing Lei Gong's hall became even more dazzling. It surpassed the primogenitor's star. Let me! But this wasn't the end. Steel Slayer God also made his move. A chain shot out and turned into a complex pattern in the air. The chain was pitch black and carried an imposing aura. Boom! When the chain landed on the star representing Lei Gong's hall, the power of the god's stairway erupted. The star representing Lei Gong's hall occupied the entire great Tao cloud pattern plate. This was the reversal of the host's position. Such a change shocked everyone present. The Dragon Clan's people and the Underworld's demon sealer narrowed their eyes. They knew that this group's strength couldn't be underestimated. Our Lei Gong's hall is the 5th star. The 5th star is the 5th star. No star can surpass me. However, this wasn't the end because the giant ghost was about to attack. He held the 8 gods stone tablet with both hands and threw it out. When it hit the Tao cloud pattern disk, the entire cliff trembled. The 5th ray of starlight reached 10,000 kilometers away. Even Yu and the rest, who were rushing over from afar, sped up when they saw the blinding light. We only sent out 6 people. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke, calmly looking at the sacred ancestor. The sacred ancestor's expression was ugly, and the pen in his hand had clearly stopped. This was because he couldn't fight against the entire Lei Gong Hall. No, this wasn't even the entire Lei Gong Hall. It was just the 6 people who represented Lei Gong Hall. Gods and ghosts weep when the sword is drawn. After Lin Ling finished speaking, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. With this strike, the sea of blood roared, killing intent surging into the heavens, as if it was going to break through the river of time, sun, moon, and stars. Nothing could stop that roiling sea of blood, as if it was going to destroy the world. Voila! The sea of blood crashed into the great Tao cloud pattern disk, and cracks began to appear on the cliff. The 5th ray of starlight soared into the sky, illuminating this part of the divine realm. That ray of light was so dazzling that even the people from the Ear Ox Cave saw it. Their expressions were solemn, and they knew that another expert was about to enter this demonic world. Gods and ghosts weep when the sword is drawn. Looking at the people in front of the cliff, they were all thinking about Lin Ling's words. The 5 of them opened the 5 Qi stars, and each of them represented a divine gate. Among them, there was the dragon race's dragon roar, the underworld gate that could switch between life and death, and the brush stroke that could shock the world. However, the one who had the last laugh was the gods and ghosts weep when the sword was drawn. This result was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. It seemed that the Lei Gong Hall didn't need others to give in, and they indeed had the capital to be proud. Lei Gong Hall. In the sky, the sacred ancestor muttered to himself, and finally stopped attacking. He was willing to be the 4th ray of starlight, allowing the light of the Lei Gong Hall to cover them. After all, he had no choice but to accept it. This was because there were too many experts in the Lei Gong Hall. Lei Gong Hall is very strong. After landing on the ground, the sacred ancestor lightly said. Although his words carried a hint of admitting defeat, he was also saying that the Lei Gong Hall was indeed powerful, and he was sincerely convinced. However, this Lei Gong Hall wasn't worthy of his admiration. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Ling smiled and floated down. Although he understood the hidden meaning in the sacred ancestor's words, he didn't care because this time, he was representing the Lei Gong Hall. As long as the Lei Gong Hall wasn't underestimated, this was enough. Brother Ling. Sir. At this time, Yu and the others finally arrived. There were also many experts, including Sakura and the Demon Lord. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that their strength had greatly increased. Clearly, after experiencing the investiture of the gods, they had obtained a lot of benefits. Seeing the arrival of experts from the Lei Gong Hall, the sacred ancestor and the others became even more silent. They knew that the current Lei Gong Hall wasn't something they could provoke. Of course, this was one thing, but when they thought of their previous humiliation, the sacred ancestor and the others still felt angry and vexed. Rumble. At this time, the rolling clouds in the small path between the 2 cliffs began to recede like the receding tide. In the middle, a small path that could only fit 2 people appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. However, after the clouds receded, the demonic aura that seemed to have solidified spread out. When it passed through everyone, as long as one's strength was weak, They could feel the boundary essence on the surface of their body being constantly corroded. Is this the Ear-Ox Cave? Many people said in a hoarse voice, and their eyes were filled with seriousness. This was because they knew that many gods had entered the Ji-Er's Ox Cave, and a place that even gods were interested in must be extraordinary. Of course, the Ear-Ox Cave was the only place left behind in the Age of Gods, and it was also known to the people. It represented its mysteriousness. Let's go in. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the small path and walked in with large strides. Wait, our sacred ancestor should go in first. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded. It was an old man that the sacred ancestor had brought along. At this moment, he frowned and said, "Let the Hall Lei Gong Hall go in first." However, the sacred ancestor just calmly said. He knew that he had lost and wasn't qualified to be the first to enter. Lin Ling looked at the old man with a sneer, mocking him for not knowing how to appreciate favors, and then stepped into the small path. Behind him, the people from the Hall Lei Gong Hall followed one after another, and each of them puffed out their chests proudly. Although the Hall Lei Gong Hall of the four great gods was not as famous as before after the fall of Lei Gong, today's matter told everyone that the Hall Lei Gong Hall still existed and was still powerful. Primogenitor. Seeing the Hall Lei Gong Hall enter majestically, the old man from before looked at the sacred ancestor with unwillingness. Chapter 4377. The light golden dragon and the netherworld demon sealer had gloomy expressions on their faces as they followed behind the saint progenitor. Their backgrounds weren't small, but they were ranked behind Lin Ling and the saint progenitor. This was a humiliation to them. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, those two were more powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest were walking along the narrow path. In front of them was a demonic aura that seemed to have materialized. It was as if it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Those without divine energy felt a chill run down their spines. They were in awe of this mysterious demonic land. Ox Cave, a demonic land that existed in the divine realm. It's the only known remnant of the divine realm. This time, even the Kurishin came. This shows how terrifying this demonic land is. Lin Ling frowned as he walked at the front. All of a sudden, a blood-colored sunlight shone in, causing everyone's heart to tremble. When they looked up, they saw that the winding path had finally come to an end. In the distance, a blood-colored sun was hanging high in the sky, very dazzling. Blood sun. One had to know that after the divine realm shattered, all the stars and suns were destroyed. Who would have thought that the seven saints would give birth to a blazing sun here? However, this blazing sun had a demonic aura. It gave off a demonic feeling. We're out. Just as Lin Ling walked out, a demonic wind blew against his face. The demonic wind was filled with the stench of blood, murderous intent, and evil aura. It also had the stench of a demon. What a smelly demonic wind. This Ox Cave is a nest of demons. Treasure god Nanwufengyu's nostrils twitched as he frowned. This smell, it should be the smell of the Ox Demon clan. Lin Ling looked ahead and said. Behind him, Lei Gong and Little South also walked out. When they saw the desolate scene in the distance, they were all stunned. In the distance, there were all kinds of desolate hills on the ground. There were only a few scattered blades of grass on the ground. It was as if this place was abandoned by the human world. However, looking into the distance through the horizon, one could see the vast demonic forest, as well as the gigantic mountain peaks in the distance. Look! All of a sudden, Sakura shouted and pointed at a barren hill in the distance. Under the barren hill, a large number of white bones were piled up. It looked like they had been there for a long time, and among the white bones, there were various kinds of poisonous insects and centipedes crawling. I'm afraid there's danger nearby. Let's leave first. Lin Ling didn't dare to be negligent. After all, he brought too many people with him. He didn't want anyone to die here. Not long after Lin Ling and the others left, the primogenitor and the others also walked out of the winding path. After realizing the mysteries of the demon land, their expressions turned solemn, and they also separated. There's your Ox Cave. For safety's sake, let's find a place. And we. On the other side, Lin Ling suggested as he led the group forward. That's right. It's too dangerous to move separately in this demonic land. It's better to move together. Treasure God Nanwolf and you nodded. Over there. After a long time, a few towering mountains appeared in front of them. The mountains were very dense, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. Compared to the smelly wasteland from before, this place was much cleaner. Among the mountains there was a valley. The area was vast, and there were sparse grass. This valley was very suitable for them to set up camp. Let me take a look. Lin Ling floated up, and his soul force quietly spread out. He sensed a few deity realm descendants in the mountains. Their overall strength wasn't strong, so there was nothing to worry about. Instead, there were faint breathing sounds coming from the bottom of the mountains. Lin Ling sensed that there was a mountain-sized monster lying in the valley. This monster was covered in golden scales, and it looked like a pangolin. Such a huge pangolin, I'm afraid it's about to become a spirit. No wonder there aren't many poisonous insects nearby. It's because of this pangolin. Lin Ling secretly nodded. He then sealed the steps of wisdom and wanted to drive the pangolin away. At the foot of the mountains, the gigantic pangolin sensed a mysterious force surging over and was immediately shocked. Then, it sensed the people outside the mountains, which also let it know that this place was no longer safe. But what surprised Lin Ling was that after the pangolin sensed them, it was obviously afraid, but it didn't leave. You're courting death. Sensing this, Lin Ling coldly snorted. He was already lenient. He only drove it away and didn't kill it. If it was an expert here, he would definitely kill it. But the pangolin didn't know how to appreciate kindness. This time, Lin Ling also wanted to kill it. After all, if he left such a monster in the valley, no one could guarantee that it wouldn't attack. But at this time, a voice came from Lin Ling's arm. It was little Kunlun. You're awake. Lin Ling couldn't help but be happy. During this period, little Kunlun had been in a deep sleep, and now it had finally woken up. Let it go? Then, Lin Ling sensed little Kunlun's intention and couldn't help but be surprised. He once again probed with his soul force, and only then did he realize that the huge pangolin was giving birth. No wonder it didn't leave. I see. Lin Ling nodded, then glanced at little Kunlun and finally decided to let the pangolin go. You can stay here, but you can't disturb the valley. Do you understand? If I find out that you want to harm my people, I'll be the first to kill you. Then, Lin Ling transmitted his voice. The pangolin sensed Lin Ling's intention and immediately nodded gratefully, promising not to harm Lin Ling's people. Although it's safe here, we still have to be careful of unexpected events. After dealing with the pangolin, Lin Ling floated up, took out a large number of treasures, and then set up barrier formations. These barrier formations were mostly defensive formations that could block many attacks from early-stage lower gods. Of course, there was another important function, and that was to warn Lin Ling and the others. As long as strangers approached, the barrier formations would alert Lin Ling and the others. And this was the most important point. After all, Lin Ling didn't have many divine springs at the moment. It was already very good that he could set up such barrier formations. These barrier formations also took a lot of Lin Ling's time. A month later, the barrier formations were finally completed and disappeared into the mountains. Looking at the Thunder God Great Hall, Xiao Nan and the others, they had already built mansions in the valley, making it look like a small city. Lord Lei Gong, are the formations ready? Lin Ling, during this period of time, we have been searching in the surrounding area and found many good treasures. Look, this is a 500,000-year-old Fergana fruit and a 1,000,000-year-old Emperor crystal. Chapter 4378. Lin Ling glanced at the treasures and couldn't help but nod. As expected of a place left behind by the god realm, all of the treasures here were priceless. After all, in the current 9 continents, it was difficult to find a treasure that was 100,000 years old, let alone a 1,000,000 years old one. Don't be greedy. Remember to be careful at every step. If you haven't been to a place before, don't go recklessly. Lin Ling saw that the harvest was not bad, so he gave the order. He already had a plan in his mind. With this valley as the center, he would slowly explore the surroundings. This way, it would be safe and he would be able to find treasures. In the following days, I will also go with them to search. Treasure god Nanwufenyu said with a smile. During this period of time, he had been guarding the valley. Now that the formation was completed, there was no need for him to guard the valley anymore. Okay, after tomorrow, I will also go out and take a look. Lin Ling nodded and entered the valley to investigate. Seeing that the golden pangolin was still giving birth and everything else was fine, he was relieved. On the second day, Lin Ling went out alone, and the direction he went was further than the people in Lei Gong's palace. He wanted to see if there were any terrifying existences nearby. Such a strong aura, there must be some powerful monsters hiding in that direction. I must warn Lei Gong's palace not to go in that direction. Demonic dragon? This demonic dragon is probably stronger than the dragon god of the dragon race. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw many powerful monsters. These monsters seemed to be sleeping, hiding in the dark. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's powerful soul force, he definitely wouldn't have found them. Lin Ling obviously didn't dare to provoke these monsters, so he took a detour. Something is wrong. However, even though he was already very careful, he still felt like he was being watched by something, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Then he used all of his strength to run along the mountains. As he ran, the fatal feeling suddenly disappeared. However, when he passed through the ground, Lin Ling saw many corpses, and these corpses were from recent times, causing Lin Ling to be very shocked. After a long time, Lin Ling slowed down. He thought that he had escaped the hidden killer, but that strange feeling appeared again. What's going on? Didn't I already shake it off? Lin Ling's heart tensed up, and he carefully sensed that the hidden killer was getting closer and closer to him. However, when Lin Ling looked back, he found that the killing intent had disappeared. Even when Lin Ling turned around and ran, it was as if the killing intent had never appeared. No way, I'm actually this unlucky. Suddenly, Lin Ling froze. He finally guessed who was staring at him. It should be the Black Goblin. Dark goblins were not strong, but they were the most difficult to deal with. They would constantly follow their target, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. Bastard! Lin Ling knew that in the divine realm, many people had died in the hands of this sinister black demon. This cunning thing, I'm afraid it has a lifespan of 500,000 years. Lin Ling cursed and quickly rushed forward, trying to shake off the hateful black demon. Under Lin Ling's full speed, the black demon completely disappeared. However, when Lin Ling stopped, that hateful feeling was born again. I really can't shake it off. Lin Ling's face became colder and colder. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he fiercely slashed behind him, shattering the sky behind him. Rumble! After countless swords slashed out, the heaven and earth behind him rumbled incessantly. It was a complete mess. After Lin Ling used all of his strength, he immediately rushed forward. However, after rushing for a period of time, just as he stopped, that disgusting feeling appeared again. Fuck, you really think I can't do anything to you? The black demon had obviously angered Lin Ling. Just as Lin Ling was about to deal with the black demon, suddenly, an even older feeling enveloped Lin Ling's body. It seemed to be another black demon, and it was even more ancient than the previous one. This can't be a million-year-old black demon. Lin Ling's pupils constricted and he bitterly smiled. He had become a delicious cake. Now, two black demons were staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had no choice but to stop and personally deal with them. Many years later, under an ancient tree, Lin Ling sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. It was as if he was recovering his spirit chi. While he was recovering, that fatal feeling quietly crept up on him, and it kept getting closer and closer to him. What black demons loved the most was to use a sneak attack to deal a fatal blow. Often, this kind of sneak attack would wait until a martial artist was tired and careless. Although the martial artist being followed knew that a fatal danger was behind them, whether it was a man or a god, there would be a day when they would be tired, and the black demons would use that moment to deal a fatal blow. Now, they realized that Lin Ling was tired and even numb. GG! After an unknown period of time, the two shadows finally attacked. They shot towards Lin Ling, who was under the tree. This was because they also realized that this was the best opportunity. If they waited any longer, Lin Ling would have recovered his strength. At that time, they would have lost their best chance. Seal. However, just as they approached Lin Ling's eyes finally opened. The stairway of wisdom sealed the surrounding area. In order to prevent the black demons from escaping, Lin Ling reduced the area of the seal to 100 meters. As soon as the stairway of wisdom appeared, the two black shadows were frozen in midair. Looking carefully, these black demons looked like two radishes. The only difference was that one of the radishes had more whiskers. It seemed to be a million-year-old black demon. Moreover, these radishes were completely black. It was very strange. GG. After being sealed by Lin Ling, they had lost the ability to escape. They began to cry out in panic. This time, you will still not die. Lin Ling raised his sword and walked forward, his face ice cold. GG. The two black demons were even more flustered. They seemed to be begging for mercy. After all, they had lived for 500,000 years. They had lived longer than Lin Ling's ancestors and had already gained sentience. GG your whole family. Have you had enough fun? Unfortunately, Lin Ling showed no mercy. With a slash of his sword, he chopped off the heads of the two radishes. A stench of black smoke drifted out from the heads of the radishes. The two black radishes finally fell to the ground as if they were completely dead. You want to kill me? You're courting death. Lin Ling walked forward and picked up the two black demons. He carefully examined them and found that the spiritual energy within the black demons was even more intense than the god's spring. Good stuff. If I can find more black demons, I will have hope of breaking through. Lin Ling smiled happily. Previously, he had only experimented a little. He did not expect to succeed. The Stairway of God was indeed a powerful force in the Age of Gods. Chapter 4379. There's someone here? After walking for a short while, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly flashed. He saw a few familiar faces in the dense forest in front of him. It was San Ling and the rest. Before entering the gate of the realm of God, they had to queue up to enter because of the arrival of Lei Gong. Who would have thought that they would be here? There's also the light golden dragon. There were quite a few people in this group. Other than Luoshan, San Ling, and Qing Yimo, there were also the proud youths from the dragon tribe. Xiao Er was among them. Follow us. We can bring you to Eugene. However, keep your voices down. Don't alarm the creatures in the forest. The light golden dragon walked at the front and said proudly. He was the strongest person here, even stronger than Luoshan. Therefore, everyone gave him face. Of course, it was also Xiao Er who suggested that everyone knew the light golden dragon. Xiao Er was obviously showing off in front of these people. To him, even the 8 great new gods had to give him face. This was a great honor. After all, Xiao Er was only a trial taker and not one of the 8 great new gods. With senior light golden dragon around, he can definitely bring us further. Everyone's faces were filled with flattery, and even the giant shadow was shamelessly flattering him. Keep your voices down. However, the light golden dragon was obviously disdainful of the giant figure's flattery. He scolded him in a low voice. That's right. Giant figure, keep your voice down. Do you want to alarm the creatures in the forest? If it weren't for the sacrifice of a few people, we might not even have been able to escape. Those creatures are too scary. They don't seem strong, but they can't be killed. They have been following us secretly and have the means to enter a martial artist's dantian and devour it. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Alright, stop talking. Speaking of the danger they had encountered, everyone looked as if they had just survived a disaster. Then, their voices became even softer as they moved forward. Wow, long time no see. Why are we meeting again here? However, at that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out, startling the birds in the forest and causing them to fly away. Even the radiant golden dragon and the others were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. That was because they had just finished telling him to lower his voice, yet this person was already shouting. Was he trying to kill them on purpose? Lin Ling, it's you? Then, everyone looked at the newcomer and was even more shocked. Luotian, Sanling, long time no see. Lin Ling also greeted them with a smile. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very familiar with Luotian and the others. However, Hero Luo and the others knew that Lin Ling had humiliated them a few months ago. Lin Ling, lower your voice. The giant figure couldn't help but roar angrily. In his opinion, with the radiant golden dragon here, Lin Ling had no right to be arrogant. What did you say, giant shadow? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Hearing this, Lin Ling blinked and looked at the giant shadow. Big my ass. The giant shadow was enraged. Speak louder? Was he trying to alarm the sinister monsters in the forest? Giant shadow, lower your voice. However, just as the giant shadow finished speaking, Xiao Air gave him a hard slap. That was because the giant shadow's previous shout was even louder than Lin Ling's. Sorry, I was angered by Lin Ling. The giant shadow quickly gave himself a hard slap. Then, he glared angrily at Lin Ling and finally did not dare to speak again. Lin Ling, please, can you lower your voice? There are troublesome things in the forest. If we alarm them, we will all die. Seeing that the giant shadow did not dare to speak, Sanling sighed and said humbly. Now, he was also afraid of Lin Ling. What did you say? However, although Sanling spoke softly, it did not mean that Lin Ling spoke softly. He immediately roared, shocking everyone. They hated Lin Ling to the core. Are you guys still gods? Afraid of everything, afraid of everything. I think you guys should stop being gods. Why don't you go home and plant sweet potatoes? However, Lin Ling's roar was only to open the door. Next, he started scolding everyone even more sternly. Of course, it was fine to scold them. They could tolerate it, but could he not scold them so loudly? This guy is doing it on purpose. Luotian was disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. She knew that Lin Ling must have done it on purpose. This despicable Lin Ling. Not only did he humiliate them, he was even toying with them. Senior Bright Golden Dragon, look. Sanling looked at the bright golden dragon and said expectantly. He obviously hoped that the bright golden dragon would teach Lin Ling a lesson. In his opinion, the bright golden dragon was powerful and had the most orthodox bloodline of the dragon race. Lin Ling, a half-baked god, was definitely not his match. Forget it. Unfortunately, the bright golden dragon gritted his teeth. He had just seen Lin Ling open the 5th star position a month ago. He already knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. What? Of course, Sanling and Luotian did not see that scene, so they were shocked. Luotian frowned and said, Bright golden dragon, you have the purest bloodline of the dragon god. Are you trying to say that you're not Lin Ling's match? To tell you the truth, I'm not. The bright golden dragon pondered for a moment and did not hide anything. After all, Xiao Air and the rest had seen it with their own eyes. Sooner or later, people would find out. Such an outcome undoubtedly gave Hero Luo and the others a fright. They looked at Lin Ling with even more fear. You want to fight me? Sure, let's fight. While they were discussing, a domineering battle intent suddenly erupted. It was Lin Ling's battle intent. He floated in the air, and his body was covered in violent lightning. It crackled non-stop and shot straight to the sky. At this moment, even the bright golden dragon was so scared that his snot was running out. He admitted defeat because he was no match for Lin Ling. Secondly, it was because this forest was not suitable for battle. Of these 2 points, the second was the most important. Otherwise, with the prestige of the dragon tribe, even if he was no match, he would still fight force with force. However, he did not expect that after he admitted defeat, Lin Ling would not give up. He even shouted, Lei Gong, I'm not afraid of you. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The bright golden dragon thought of the assassin hiding in the dark. He gritted his teeth and said humbly, Admit defeat? Are you looking down on me? Do you think that I'm not strong enough to fight you? In the air, Lin Ling seemed to be angry. This time, he activated the Luai's real form and the flame of the human monarch. It formed a terrifying firestorm that shook the entire forest. You! Seeing this, everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Those with weak minds fainted immediately. Chapter 4380. On the other hand, Lin Ling looked at them angrily, but he was sneering in his heart. He had overheard their conversation and knew that there were dark goblins hidden in the forest. Because of this, Lin Ling had shouted so loudly to attract more dark goblins. Sure enough, after Lin Ling shouted, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in the forest. It was as if countless eyes were staring at Lin Ling and the others. It's over, it's over. Over. Sensing the faintly discernible feeling, the three spirits and the others turned pale. Many of them even sat down on the ground, their faces as white as paper. Even the powerful bright golden dragon had large drops of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He had encountered many evil monsters before, but he had no way to kill them. That was why he was afraid. The monsters called dark goblins did not look strong, but they were too cunning. If you retreated, they would retreat. If you advanced, they would advance. No probing method could detect them. Being targeted by them was like being cursed. Unless you killed them or killed yourself, there was no other way. Good. Many of you have come. Over. However, when the bright golden dragon heard Lin Ling's excited shout, his pupils constricted and he almost fainted. Despicable Lin Ling. Over. The others also looked angrily at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling wanted to kill them. What a cunning Lin Ling. However, the three spirits and the others' eyes continued to flicker. With Lin Ling's strength, if he really wanted to kill them, he could just do it himself. There was no need to borrow the help of the dark goblins. Unless Lin Ling's target was the dark goblins and they were bait. Oh my god, we've become bait. Over. Thinking of this, the three spirits kept touching their bald heads. They were completely shocked. Luotian and the others also had unspeakable bitterness. They were the 8 new gods of the 9 continents, but now they had become bait. How could they swallow such humiliation? Okay. Be good and shut up. Don't disturb my dark goblins. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. At this moment, Lin Ling saw that everyone knew his purpose and smiled faintly. You devil! Although they didn't want to bother with Lin Ling, they saw that Lin Ling seemed to have a way to get rid of the black goblin. Therefore, they could only follow Lin Ling's instructions. After all, they would die even faster if they fled now. Everyone, sit cross-legged and cultivate. Relax your vigilance. It's best if you pretend to be weak. Lin Ling noticed that the dark goblin in the distance had been hiding and didn't attack easily, so Lin Ling said again. Why should we listen to you? We're not Lei Gong's people. Seeing Lin Ling's constant reminders, the giant shadow could no longer bear it. After all, he was a reincarnated god. If it wasn't for the fact that his awakening time was too short, Lin Ling wouldn't have the qualifications to be so arrogant in front of him. You can refuse, but when I make my move, you won't be pretending to be weak, you will be seriously injured by me. However, I hate threatening people the most, so don't force me. Lin Ling was still secretly investigating the dark goblin. Seeing that there were no dark goblins over 1,000,000 years old, he was a little disappointed, but he still smiled at everyone. Bastard! Isn't that a threat? I'll endure it. Everyone gritted their teeth, but in the end, they endured it and sat cross-legged, becoming docile and obedient. You are all cowards. Seeing this, the giant shadow couldn't help but curse, but in the end, he also sat cross-legged, looking docile and obedient. This was because, although he hated Lin Ling to death, he was also afraid of the dark goblins. Therefore, if Lin Ling had a way to deal with the dark goblins, it would be extremely good. However, it was very difficult to deal with the dark goblins. When the giant shadow was in the divine realm, he had seen powerful gods kill the dark goblins. However, they were all intermediate gods, and among the lower gods, he had never seen anyone succeed. Unless they had a powerful divine fetus, or a divine step that surpassed the soul system, and their level was not low. Where are you dragons? At this time, Lin Ling looked at the light golden dragon and said, Okay, we will do as you say. The light golden dragon was the most difficult to put down his face, and he almost wanted to fight with Lin Ling, but in the end, he was afraid of the dark goblins and endured it. "Brother, we dragons also have to listen to his orders." Xiao Er was clearly unwilling to accept this. "You don't have to listen, you can go by yourself. I want to see how long you can carry the dark goblins. That curse will kill you sooner or later." The light golden dragon said in a bad mood, and Xiao Er finally sat cross-legged unwillingly. Moreover, everyone was suppressing their aura, as if they were breaking through, and also as if they were comprehending. This was obviously to lure the dark goblins. Of course, the dark goblins were also very cunning, and would not easily attack. When they saw that the martial artists were weak, they would only approach tentatively, and this kind of probing was enough for Lin Ling. Because, as long as the dark goblins came close to a certain range, Lin Ling could use his soul power to seal them. During this process, the only thing Lin Ling could do was wait patiently. Time quietly passed by, and if Lin Ling did not see that there were many dark goblins, he would have almost given up. However, just as Lin Ling was waiting, suddenly, a cavalry came from afar. It was majestic, like a flood of steel. Then, the flood separated into a small group, and like a meteor shower, it shot over from afar, and then floated above the forest. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The light golden dragon looked at the cavalry, and suddenly his pupils constricted, and he muttered to himself, "Immortal Spirit Kingdom has no hegemony." Their dragon race was on the other side of the void of the 9 continents, so they obviously knew more than the void of the 9 continents. Looking at Lin Ling again, he did not recognize this group of people, but his face was very ugly. Because after the flood of steel came from afar, although it did not scare the dark goblins away, it made the dark goblins no longer come close. "There seems to be a lot of life essence down there. Bring them all back, they can be used as soldiers' pay." At this time, a deep laughter suddenly sounded, and it shocked the clouds in the sky to disperse. This voice also made Lin Ling realize that the dark goblins were all hidden. At this rate, the dark goblins would disappear at any time, and once the dark goblins disappeared, even Lin Ling would not be able to find them. "Ants, have you seen the life essence?" At this time, a majestic voice came from above. Although they all noticed the dark goblins were too hidden, so they could only sense them, but not find them. "Get lost." Lin Ling could not help but shout in a low voice. He could not move now because the dark goblins' target was them. As long as they moved, the dark goblins would disappear completely. Upon hearing this, the group of cavalry in the sky frowned. That ant actually told them to scram? Chapter 4381. The eyes of the leader turned cold, but he was still looking down. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "Those dark goblins are over there. Tisk, there are a lot of them." Tisk. Dark goblins had intelligence and were very cunning. They wouldn't appear in places where there were many experts. Therefore, this steel flood rarely encountered dark goblins. "Go catch those dark goblins." Tisk. Soon after, the expert called Tian K brought everyone down. A snail appeared in Tian K's hand. The snail was about the size of a palm and there were red ripples on its shell. It was very strange. However, Lin Ling felt that those snails seemed to be able to restrain the dark goblins. Sure enough, in the vast universe, there was always something that could restrain another. "If you don't want to die, get lost." Tisk. Lin Ling still didn't attack. He issued the final ultimatum. This was because he noticed that although the steel torrent was powerful, only the leader was a mid-stage low god. The rest were all early-stage low gods. Moreover, the mid-stage low god Tian K's divine embryo was merely a 7th-grade divine embryo. "Ants, you want us to die? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you are following the dragon race. If you provoke us, we will even kill the dragon race." After hearing Lin Ling's words, Tian K sneered and ignored Lin Ling for the time being. He was still staring at the dark goblins not far away. "I don't care where you came from. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. If you mess up my plan, you will all die." Seeing this group of people approaching the dark goblins, Lin Ling's heart was boiling with anger. It wasn't easy for him to lure these dark goblins out. After they arrived, they wanted to snatch his harvest. Were they trying to provoke Lei Gong? What a big tone. Wait, the first one we will kill is you. Seeing that Lin Ling was still talking nonsense, a divine soldier behind Tian Ke immediately shouted angrily. Another divine soldier beside him nodded and sneered. I don't know where this group of people came from, but they should be related to the Jiuzhou Void. Ha, they are really ignorant. It is only the Jiuzhou Void. We, the Xianling realm, do not dominate it. It's just that our country hasn't crossed the Kaiyuan River yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to speak. Don't worry, after we catch the dark goblins except for the dragon clan, we will kill the rest. The others also spoke one after another. Their words caused the expressions of Luo Shen and the others to change. This was because other than the radiant golden dragon, the others did not know the origins of this group of people. Looking at General Tian Ke again, he had already stealthily walked towards the front of the forest with a snail in his hand and a smile on his face. Lin Ling did not dare to act rashly, but after seeing General Tian Ke's actions, he knew that something bad was about to happen. The black goblins were bound to escape. Bang! Lin Ling's body moved. He finally rushed over to stop General Tian Ke. At this moment, General Tian Ke was still quietly moving forward with the snail in his hand. However, a smile appeared on his face because he noticed that there were a lot of dark goblins in the forest. It was beyond his imagination. But at this moment, a divine essence arrived behind him, causing General Tian Ke to snort coldly. He knew that the arrogant youth from before had made his move. You're courting death. General Tian Ke roared angrily. His divine essence also erupted, forming a white light that enveloped his body. The protective divine light actually produced a roaring sound like a river. Boom! At the same time, Lin Ling's attack arrived. His fist landed on General Tian Ke's body, but a terrifying explosion of energy erupted from General Tian Ke's body. General Tian Ke was actually unscathed after receiving Lin Ling's punch head-on. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. Although General Tian Ke was very strong, it was impossible for him to face Lin Ling head-on without fear. That's all you've got? At this moment, General Tian Ke lowered his head and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were full of disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm suddenly expanded like a balloon. Moreover, it was full of dense long hair that was growing, just like the arm of a divine ape. Unparalleled, invincible body. He punched out and landed on Lin Ling's chest, sending Lin Ling flying like a cannonball. After doing this, he also ran towards the black goblins step by step. Lin Ling was madly flying backwards using 300,000 world speed. However, he also saw that the black goblins had finally begun to retreat. Damn it! This also caused Lin Ling to curse because he was so close to obtaining a large amount of black goblins. However, that hateful General Tian Ke interrupted him. If General Tian Ke had succeeded, it would have been fine. Lin Ling could snatch the black goblins back later. However, he knew that General Tian Ke also wanted to. He had failed. What an arrogant trash. He actually took the initiative to provoke a general. General Tian Ke's unparalleled invincible body is now a 7th-grade divine fetus. He can transform into a giant ape. That punch should have killed this trash. Looking at the flying Lin Ling, the divine soldiers said with disdain. What a powerful force. Light Golden Dragon and the others were still sitting on the ground. However, they were also shocked. Among them, Luo Shen frowned and said, That Lei Gong, could it be that he is dead? It's possible because that divine general seems to be a mid-stage lower god and has a powerful divine fetus. How could Lin Ling block it? 3 spirits and Qing Mo both nodded. This was the most powerful god they had ever seen, second only to the 4 great gods. At this moment, General Tian Ke was still moving forward, carefully approaching the forest. Then he excitedly took out the snail in his hand and activated his divine essence, wanting to release the red spiral pattern. However, even though he was already very careful, he still alarmed the black spirit. Just as he raised the snail, the black spirit in the forest appeared. The black goblins slyly disappeared, Damn it, my life spirit. This also caused General Xianxia to be stunned, and he could not help but curse. In fact, he did not know that the moment Lin Ling moved, the black goblins were already alarmed because these black goblins had locked onto Lin Ling's group. As long as Lin Ling and the others approached the black goblins would retreat. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ling fell to the ground. However, Lin Ling was not injured at all. He quickly stood up, but his face was cold. Damn it, in the end, it was all for naught. Then he walked back step by step. At this moment, Light Golden Dragon and the others were depressed because they also wanted these experts to take the black goblins away. However, it was obvious that they had failed. This meant that they were still being hunted down. However, soon they saw Lin Ling walking back. Other than the dragon and the others, Luo Shen and the others were all shocked. Of course, even General Xianxia and the others were shocked. General Xianxia looked at Lin Ling, who was walking back, and sneered, "Your skin is really thick. You didn't die after taking a punch from me. However, it's good that you didn't die. Now, I can vent my frustration of failing to capture the life spirits on you." Chapter 4382. With that, these divine weapons also burst out with 50,000 world speed and surrounded Lin Ling. They were all in the deity realm and were not weak at all. Brat, kneel down obediently. In your next life, remember not to provoke the immortal spirit empire. This is not something you can afford to provoke. One of the divine weapons waved his right hand and a golden chain shrouded Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were 3,000 strands of divine energy in it. All of you must die. Lin Ling's face was filled with murderous intent. Then he activated the second stage of talent fusion and punched out. Clang. The golden chain was shattered by Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling's fist was like an angry Vajra. After destroying the golden chain, Lin Ling did not slow down. With the speed of 100,000 worlds, his 7 dantians fused with his terrifying divine energy and crashed into the divine weapon. Kacha! The divine weapon flew backward as if it had been hit by a divine mountain. Then it exploded in midair. You're courting death. Seeing this, all the divine weapons were enraged. They activated their techniques and tried to kill Lin Ling. Boom, boom. However, Lin Ling's killing intent was already aroused. He did not resist and only used his fists to greet the divine weapons. And this pair of fists contained 800,000 world power and 4,000 strands of divine energy. It was terrifying. In addition, Lin Ling was now at the second stage of talent fusion. The human monarch's flame, thunder lock true body, and Bodhi Vajra were all 7th grade divine embryos. This made his body even tougher than heaven and earth. Even the great Tao could not kill him. One of the divine soldiers was struck by Lin Ling's punch, shattering his sturdy divine armor that was an 8th grade innate divine weapon. Then, a fist pierced through the divine soldier's stomach, causing his blood, flesh, and intestines to splatter all over the divine soldier's face, scaring him out of his wits. However, before he could speak, Lin Ling had already pounced on him. With a leap, his leg turned into a long whip and swept out. Crush! Large intestines, blood, and bones spilled out. That divine weapon was split into 2, and there was no way to stop it. In the blink of an eye, all the deities present were killed by Lin Ling alone. When the last deity's head was smashed open by Lin Ling, his brain matter splattered all over the ground. In a short period of time, the entire ground was covered in flesh and blood. Broken armor and treasures were scattered all over the ground, as if something had crushed them. Not only were they shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but they were even more shocked by Lin Ling's violence. Moreover, Lin Ling dared to use his body to resist the attack of a low god. This was simply inconceivable. Even Luo Shen and the others, who had seen Lin Ling in action before, were frightened. After all, during the battle in Lei Gong's Grand Hall, Lin Ling had mostly relied on treasures to suppress his opponents. When had he ever displayed such powerful physical strength? It seems that I have underestimated you. However, you are still no match for me. Unparalleled, invincible. General Xianxia quietly narrowed his eyes. After that, he no longer spoke. His arms shook and became huge. He spat out a blood-red moon from his mouth. After the moon floated up, General Xianxia quietly grew in size. He was actually transforming into an ancient great ape. This ancient great ape was covered in long red hair. He was as tall and sturdy as a mountain. After transforming, he constantly hammered his chest, causing earth-shattering sounds to erupt. In a distant place, the torrential steel cavalry also saw General Xianxia's transformation. They all knew that General Xianxia had encountered something difficult to deal with. Otherwise, General Xianxia would not have returned to his original body. I want to see how thick your skin is. After transforming, the ancient divine ape began to chant incantations. With a crash, the enormous fist came crashing down as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This fist contained the power of 7,000 rays of God. When it smashed down, strong winds howled on the ground. All the trees tumbled and floated into the distant sky like straw. As for the light golden dragon and the others on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. They were deeply afraid of being killed by the huge fist. However, Lin Ling snorted coldly. Instead of dodging, he stomped his foot on the ground and shot into the sky. Lin Ling is crazy. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, Luo Shen and the others were frightened. This was because Lin Ling was actually resisting the fist of a mid-stage low god with his physical body. One should know that the difference between an early-stage low god and a mid-stage low god was like heaven and earth. The gap between them was not something that an ordinary person could make up for. The third stage. Lin Ling naturally noticed the gap. However, it was not impossible for him to make up for it. This was because he could fuse his 7 great talents with his energy center at the same time. A strand of gray robe shot into the sky. An aura of nirvana permeated the sky. The light golden dragon was the first to notice it. His expression changed drastically. This was because he had a different idea from the others. He had always felt that Lin Ling could defeat General Xianxia. Now that he saw Lin Ling's aura change, he was even more certain of his guess. Rumble. The gray robe collided with the gigantic ape's palm. Following a loud boom, the gigantic ape's palm began to split open. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Roar. The gigantic primordial divine ape let out a roar of pain. Its right arm continued to split open like a bamboo blossoming. Large amounts of flesh and blood rained down and landed on the light golden dragon and the others. They trembled in fear because they saw that Lin Ling's fist was indestructible. Not only did it shatter General Xianxia's fist, it even destroyed his right arm. My skin is very thick. I wonder if your skin is as thick as mine. After General Xianxia's arm was crippled, Lin Ling rushed to General Xianxia's cheek. His cold voice finally caused General Xianxia to panic. Our army is right there. He spoke in human language. Clearly, he was afraid and wanted to use the army in the distance to intimidate Lin Ling. It's none of my business. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, he even punched out. General Xianxia had 7,000 strands of godly power, while Lin Ling had 6,000 strands of godly power in his third fusion. However, he had 7 dantians and godly power from 1,500,000 worlds. Crushing General Xianxia was as easy as flipping his hand. Boom! This punch landed on General Xianxia's gigantic ape head, directly splitting his head open, causing him to be stunned on the spot. Following that, a ferocious force exploded within his head, and he could only shout one sentence, "No!" Boom! Boom! His mountain-like ape head exploded, and scalding brain matter and blood crazily splattered onto the ground. Rumble! Then his gigantic body collapsed like a mountain. One punch? A mid-stage lower god only needs one punch. The 3 spirits stared at the gray-robed figure in the sky and stuttered. He's so strong. I'm afraid only the primogenitors can fight him. The light golden dragon had long known about Lin Ling's strength. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood where Lin Ling's strength came from. Chapter 4383. Kill all those people. A majestic voice suddenly rang out. From the steel torrent, a pair of cold eyes looked over. What was shocking was that they could only see the cold eyes and nothing else. Kill! Kill! Following that voice, the steel torrent in the distance split into a large number of divine weapons and swept towards Lin Ling's direction. Lin Ling is finished. Kill! On the ground, Luotian and the others narrowed their eyes and then gloated. Although Lin Ling was very strong, it was impossible for him to fight against the entire steel torrent alone. Wait, that person said to kill all of them. Kill! Suddenly, Xiao Er seemed to have recalled something and immediately shouted. His words made everyone react. How could they be bothered to gloat? Now, it could be said that a great disaster was about to befall them. Wait, we did not kill them. This matter has nothing to do with us. Kill! The giant figure also roared towards the distance. However, the steel torrent in the distance had already left, leaving behind a group of iron-blooded soldiers. Stop shouting. They will not listen. Even if they listen, with the prestige of the immortal spirit nation, they will not care. The bright golden dragon stood up. He knew that this time he would have to fight side by side with Lin Ling. Then don't we have to help Lin Ling? But I'm Yoshin's man. Luotian's face was gloomy. She could help anyone but to help Lin Ling, she really could not accept it. What else can we do? That group of people received the order to kill without mercy. Whether Lin Ling is dead or not, they will not let us go. So, it's better that Lin Ling is not dead. At least we have a chance of escaping. The bright golden dragon said indifferently. Damn it. The three spirits cursed angrily, but there was nothing they could do. You guys save yourselves. I will not help you. Just as they were gloomy, Lin Ling's voice floated over. His face was full of indifference. Fuck. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the three spirits were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Die. At this time, Lin Ling had already made his move. He rushed into the sky and punched out. Boom, boom. A large amount of flesh and armor scattered down. They were killed by Lin Ling's punch. However, this group of people were worthy of being iron-blooded divine soldiers. Their expressions did not change as they rushed towards Lin Ling and the rest again. And even split off a group of experts to kill the bright golden dragon. Kill! At this point, the bright golden dragon and the rest were killed. Dragon! In the sky, a man in black armor stood there and stared at the radiant golden dragon and the others. He recognized their origins. You must be one of the 7 great divine marshals. I've long heard of the 7 great divine marshals of the immortal spirit peerless nation. Now that I've seen you with my own eyes, your aura is indeed extraordinary. The bright of the dragon 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 of the dragon dragon of the dragon of the dragon dragon. I met the dragon god of the Dragon Valley once in the past, and we have not interfered with each other's business. However, there is one thing that cannot be forgiven, and that is the people from the immortal spirit nation who killed us. Although I know that this has nothing to do with you, the military order has already been given. Even the dragon god cannot save you. The black-armored man said calmly. You don't have to explain anything. I already know your character. However, you should take care of that guy first. The radiant golden dragon transformed into a dragon and spoke in human language. Who is this person? He is quite strong. Hearing this, the black-armored man immediately looked at Lin Ling. He already knew that the person who could defeat General Tianke was not just a person with an undeserved reputation. His name is Lin Ling. Of course, your immortal spirit nation is on the other side of the Kaiyuan River, so you probably don't know who Lin Ling is. Therefore, if I say that he is the new Lei Gong of the Lei Gong Hall, you will probably know who he is. The bright golden dragon said sarcastically. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-armored man's eyes flashed and he said solemnly, the 4 great gods? Lei Gong? He obviously knew about the Lei Gong Hall, but he did not expect the new Lei Gong to be so young. What? You don't dare to touch him? The bright golden dragon said immediately when he saw the black-armored man remaining silent. What do you think? The black-armored man asked instead of answering. However, his words let the bright golden dragon know that this person also dared to kill Lei Gong. This person did not even give face to the dragon tribe, so why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? Even if the previous Lei Gong was here, As long as there was a military order, this person would still dare to kill him. New Lei Gong, I am one of the 7 divine generals of the immortal spirit nation in Jiangnan. I have been ordered to kill you. Then, the black-armored man looked at Lin Ling and snorted coldly. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ling's palms struck out and destroyed a large number of divine soldiers. Then, with a grab of his right hand, a divine soldier was sucked over. Lin Ling grabbed him by the neck, and with a twist of his hand he separated the man's head from his body. Then, he looked at the black-armored man indifferently and said, "You? Do you think you can kill me?" "I don't think it's difficult." The black-armored man nodded and said, "Although you are one of the 4 great gods and killing you is no small matter, it's a pity that this is the military order. So, killing you is not something I should consider." "I'll say it again. Can you kill me? Don't boast too early," Lin Ling said indifferently. He could sense that this black-armored man was also an early-stage low god, but his strength was much stronger than General Tian Quebec. Moreover, as one of the 7 divine generals, this seemed to mean something. "You will know," the black-armored man said calmly. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and charged at Lin Ling. His speed was very fast, reaching 200,000 world speed. When he took a step forward, 990 afterimages appeared, dazzling everyone's eyes. One of the afterimages appeared behind Lin Ling and chopped down at Lin Ling with his hand. The power of this hand chop had reached the 9,000 mark. As one of the 7 divine generals of the immortal spirit nation, this person's strength was indeed impressive. If one were to compare, this person would be one of the strongest trial takers among the 4 great gods. His cultivation was only at the mid-stage low god level, but it would not be difficult for him to resist a late-stage low god. Speed not bad. Lin Ling seemed to have not reacted, but his right arm had already punched out fiercely. His gray robe fluttered in the wind as if to prove the power of the fusion of the 7 dantians. This punch was thrown out quickly, and it went past Jiang Nan's chop and hit Jiang Nan's dantian. If Jiang Nan was determined to hurt Lin Ling, he would definitely be injured. Chapter 4384. This was also a situation where he and Lin Ling were both heavily injured. It was obviously not worth it. There were plenty of opportunities to kill Lin Ling. Why would he miss this move? Bang! He stomped his feet in the air and instantly stomped a few 100 million times. With a burst of terrifying speed, his body immediately floated backward like the wind. Luai's real form. However, at this moment, a pair of thunder wings appeared behind Lin Ling. After a slight movement, he rushed toward Jiang Nan. Lin Ling's speed had also reached the limit of 250,000 world speed. Golden flames appeared on Lin Ling's left hand, and green flames appeared on his right hand. It was the Bodhi Vajra. 10,000 great heavenly flames. Black Bodhi's Wrath King, thunderous wrath shattering the void. Various colors of Bodhi light appeared and finally turned black, suppressing Jiang Nan. So fast! Jiang Nan had just retreated when he sensed Lin Ling's arrival. His expression changed, and he fiercely struck out with both hands to resist Lin Ling's attack. Boom! It was as if 2 gods had collided, and a terrifying shockwave erupted. The divine weapons that approached the 2 were immediately killed by the divine wind. After the collision between Jiang Nan and Lin Ling, he sensed a sense of danger, so a mysterious power was suddenly born in his body. With that power, his body bounced back. This Lin Ling is just a lesser god. Why is he so strong? As he retreated, Jiang Nan was shocked. He knew that Lin Ling had killed General Tian Ke without using his full strength. However, Lin Ling was also shocked. Because he had not held back in the previous 2 palms, and he had exploded with full strength. However, after clashing with Jiang Nan, he did not gain any advantage. One had to know that he had used the 3rd stage of his talent fusion. As expected, one of the 7 divine generals must have a very high status in this supreme overlord nation. After that, Lin Ling secretly guessed. He did not believe that Jiang Nan, who was so strong, would be a nameless existence in the supreme overlord nation. As expected of Lei Gong. No wonder he's as famous as the 4 great gods at such a young age. At this time, Jiang Nan also raised his head to look at Lin Ling and nodded solemnly. It seems that I should use my true strength. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to kill you. I also want to see how strong your full strength is. Come on. Lin Ling also replied calmly, condensing his divine essence once more, returning to his peak state. At this time, a mysterious force suddenly spread out. It was like a blossoming flower that was constantly expanding. In a short period of time, everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to be trapped in a mysterious space. Absolute world. Seeing that mysterious feeling appear, the eyes of all the divine weapons flickered, and even their faces began to show signs of breaking down. He displayed his talent? The divine fetus seems to be a 9th grade one. Lin Ling also looked at Jiang Nan and sensed that there was a strange force blooming in the latter's body. Lin Ling had encountered this force before. It was this force that allowed Jiang Nan to avoid Lin Ling's palms. However, this time, the force was much stronger than before. What's going on? Looking at Xiao Er and the others, they all stopped because the divine weapons no longer surrounded them. Instead, they stood in the distance and looked at Jiang Nan motionlessly. From their expressions, it could be seen that these divine weapons seemed to be unafraid of death. It seems that there's some trouble. The bright golden dragon frowned instantly. However, he did not intend to leave at this moment because he had a feeling that they could no longer leave. Bang, bang. At this time, a deep sound finally rang out, as if a giant cowhide drum was shaking. However, if one looked carefully, there was no change within a radius of 10,000 miles, making it impossible to know where the sound came from. Lin Ling was also puzzled at first, but his soul power was sharp, so he immediately sensed that the source of the sound was actually around him. No, it should be said that it came from the air. This was the sound of spiritual energy being compressed. Lin Ling also reacted instantly because he realized that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was being compressed by a terrifying force. Moreover, this spiritual energy was the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles, so after it was constantly compressed, the force was extremely terrifying. Space is constantly being compressed. Is this his talent? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles was being compressed, and the spiritual energy outside of 10,000 miles was like a tide, turning into a visible white ribbon, constantly surging toward Lin Ling. This also caused the spiritual energy and air within 1,000 miles of Lin Ling and the others to reach a terrifying level. Boom, boom, boom. Next, those divine soldiers immediately suffered. As if they were being compressed by something, their bodies started to distort and then continued to explode. What was shocking was that the distortions seemed to have started from inside their bodies. Obviously, this was the power of compression. Boom, boom, boom. More and more divine soldiers exploded and died. Their blood also disappeared quickly because it was also being compressed. Save me. Looking at Xiao Er and the others, as long as they were not gods, they were all in danger. Come to me quickly. Fortunately, the light golden dragon was several times stronger than the divine soldiers and was someone who could fight against Jiang Nan. Of course, it was only a fight and could not win. Its whole body emitted a golden light, then it became 100 meters long and surrounded Xiao Er and the others, reducing the pressure on them. However, it was strenuous for the light golden dragon to protect so many people at once, because its dragon body was constantly sinking in as if it had been punched countless times. Obviously, this was also caused by the compression. Lin Ling naturally sensed the compression force, but his physical body was strong, so it didn't affect him much at the moment. In fact, the pressure he was enduring was not as great as the light golden dragon. Lei Gong, it's not good, right? Everything within 1,000 miles is a compressed world. This is also an absolute world, and the compressed spiritual qi and air are suppressed by 100,000 miles of spiritual qi. Looking at Jiang Nan, he took a step and appeared in front of Lin Ling in the blink of an eye. It seemed that in his absolute world, his speed had also increased. Rumble. He slammed his palm toward Lin Ling, and a terrifying thing happened immediately. When he waved his hand, the surroundings kept exploding as if countless bombs had been ignited. In fact, when he moved his finger, The power brought about by the movement of his finger had reached a terrifying limit. He acted very quickly, and by the time Lin Ling sensed something, he had already discovered a ferocious palm slapping towards him. It was mixed with the power of 8,000 strands of God, and there was also the might of compressed spiritual energy. Boom! Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Lin Ling also punched out. Boom! Boom! Chapter 4385. Boom! Just as he retreated 100 meters, the place where he was standing exploded. From this, it could be seen how much Jiang Nan's attack had improved. Lei Gong, your time of death has come. Jiang Nan sneered and chased after Lin Ling. Under the compression of spiritual energy, he quickly rushed to the front of Lin Ling and punched. Boom! In mid-air, the air exploded, creating a series of explosions. Moreover, the explosions were caused by the compression of spiritual energy, causing the area within 1,000 miles to become a forbidden zone. Even the light golden dragon spat out a mouthful of golden blood. If it wasn't for his protection, Shao Air and Luoshan would have been destroyed. If you want to kill me, let the monarch of your immortal spirit kingdom come. He might have a chance. You are obviously not qualified. Lin Ling knew that he couldn't meet force with force, so he increased his speed and quickly retreated. 250,000 world speed. When Lin Ling suddenly disappeared in front of him, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. Although his absolute world was very powerful, in terms of speed, it didn't increase much. His speed was 200,000 world speed, but Lin Ling's speed was 250,000 world speed. He is obviously an early-stage lower deity, but why is his speed so much faster than mine? Jiang Nan cursed and looked at Lin Ling in the distance. He said contemptuously, Lei Gong, do you only know how to run? Then, just as he looked at Lin Ling was already smiling at him. All of a sudden, a strange feeling descended and was sealed within a 1,000-mile radius. You are not the only one who knows how to seal. When Jiang Nan heard Lin Ling's mocking laughter, he realized that he had lost contact with his innate divine fetus. Boom, boom, boom. After losing contact with his innate divine fetus, he first had to bear the pressure of the compressed spiritual energy, causing his body to deform. It was as if he had encountered the light golden dragon. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and attacked him with a palm. The one who attacked was Lin Ling. Boom! Jiang Nan couldn't react in time and was struck in the chest by the palm. He spat out blood and flew backwards. At the same time, a black military order cracked on his neck. Obviously, that crack had saved his life. Otherwise, based on his previous situation, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block Lin Ling's palm in a moment of panic. A life-saving trump card? Not bad. The Immortal Spirit Hegemony Nation actually rewarded you with a 10th tier innate divine weapon. Lin Ling nodded. He took a step forward and attacked Jiang Nan again. I want to see how many moves your life-saving trump card can block. How is this possible? What method did you use to seal my innate divine embryo? Jiang Nan's complexion was incomparably ugly. Suddenly, a conjecture arose in his mind. Could it be the steps of the gods? This new generation of Lei Gong has the god's stairs? Boom! While he was still in disbelief, Lin Ling's attack arrived once again. After several booms, more cracks appeared on the black command medallion. At this moment, the blood sea sword arrived. Billowing killing intent gushed out. Under the sword, the black token completely exploded. Oh no! Jiang Nan's complexion changed drastically. Only now did he realize that Lei Gong still had some tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, the power contained in the sword didn't seem to be the power of a god. It seemed to be the steps of the gods. Rumble. While he was still in shock, his eyes were also blood red. The billowing blood sea spread out and roared continuously. Jiang Nan could even vaguely see the rolling skulls and human heads in the blood sea. No! He let out a cry. Unfortunately, it was the last sound of his life. Then he was drowned by the blood sea. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to think or imagine that one day, he would die in the hands of a person he had just met. Plop. In the end, a headless corpse fell from the sky and landed not far away from the light golden dragon and the others. Their eyes were fixed on the corpse. Another mid-stage lower deity has died in the hands of Lin Ling. How can Lin Ling be so strong? Looking at his calm appearance, I'm afraid he hasn't used his full strength. Under the protection of the light golden dragon, Luo Xin and the three spirits spoke in trembling voices. As for the light golden dragon, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. Although he already knew that Lin Ling was very strong, he didn't expect that it would be so easy for him to kill the 7 divine generals. Therefore, he guessed that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Lin Ling had already used his full strength. The steps of wisdom, the steps of killing, and the third stage of talent fusion had all erupted. After all, the opponent wasn't an ordinary mid-stage lower deity. Therefore, it wasn't easy for Lin Ling to kill him. The killing intent of the scabbard has been stimulated. I have to kill more people. Lin Ling looked at the tyrannical song sword in his hand and frowned slightly. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress it for so long on the island of Spirit Nation. Once he used the scabbard, he had to kill. Almost at the same time, the steel torrent in the distance was still moving majestically. However, a majestic voice sounded at the same time and spread to the entire steel torrent. Jiang Nan has been defeated. The voice sounded with a hint of anger, causing the eyes of all the divine armors and divine soldiers to flicker. Jiang Nan was one of the 7 divine generals of the immortal Spirit Nation. His strength was monstrous and he had a supreme status. However, even he had fallen. It should be known that in the void of the Kaiyuan River, on the other side of the Kaiyuan River, there were very few people who could shake Jiang Nan's strength. It seems that we have misjudged. There was definitely an expert among the group of people just now. Someone said hoarsely, "No matter who it is, they must die. Pass down my order. Split half of the army and kill those people." The majestic voice sounded again. After leaving behind the supreme military order, the steel torrent continued to move forward. Looking at the rolling momentum, it was as if they would kill any god or Buddha that stood in their way. Yes. The steel torrent that was left behind was also incomparably large in number. There were also a few of the 7 divine generals. They rode on divine beasts and turned into streaks of light that flew into the distance like shooting stars. Looking at the streaks of light, it was incomparably dazzling. At this moment, Lin Ling was already floating in midair. However, because he had used the steps of wisdom, the third stage of the fusion talent was quietly retreating. At this moment, he was looking at the distant horizon. There, the setting sun was red like blood. A steel army was majestically approaching. What is the origin of the immortal Spirit Nation? Until now, Lin Ling still didn't know who the other party was and why there were so many experts. Oh no, let's go. Looking at the light golden dragon and the others, they looked as if they had eaten a fly. This was because they had encountered an unexpected disaster again. When that wave of experts arrived, they would definitely not let them go. Chapter 4386. Motherfucker, there are wolves in front and tigers in the back. This is all because of Lin Ling. Sigh. Sensing this, Xiao Er became even more depressed. He stared fiercely at Lin Ling. Because whether it was the Black Goblins or the immortal spirit hegemony, they were all provoked by Lin Ling. And they were also taking the blame for Lin Ling. However, under his gaze, Lin Ling had already slashed out with his blood sword, taking the lives of a large number of steel-armored cavalry. We can't be saved. We will definitely become the must-kill of the immortal spirit hegemony. Sigh. Seeing this, Luo Shen and the others gloomily said. After speaking, they fled into the distance. Audacious bandit, you actually dare to kill the people of the immortal spirit hegemony. Sigh. In the distant sky, under the blood sun, a tall and sturdy old man with a white beard said coldly. This old man's beard was very thick and snow-white, but his strength was not weak. He was comparable to Jiang Nan. Most importantly, there were 2 people eyeing him covetously. Including the old man, there were 3 people. With Lin Ling's current state, he naturally could not fight against 3 mid-stage lower god experts. Therefore, Lin Ling did not speak. He slashed out with his sword, forming an endless sea of blood in the sky. Everywhere it passed, it plundered the lives of many divine soldiers. However, this time, the number of divine soldiers who came to kill Lin Ling was not small. There were almost 500,000 experts. After all, this was half of the steel-armored cavalry. Don't fight recklessly. Sigh. Lin Ling needed time to recover. If he did not use the third stage of innate fusion, he would not be able to fight against the three experts. Therefore, after slashing out a few more times, he immediately turned around and fled. Open the eagle hounds. In the distance, a cold shout came from the steel-armored cavalry. Then, in the dense crowd, a majestic eagle hound suddenly appeared on their shoulders and feet. The eagle hound was as tall as a human, wearing a divine armor. Its fangs were shining. It was very awe-inspiring. Looking at the eagle hound on its shoulder, it was also a divine power. This was a split divine might, a pair of eagle eyes seemingly able to see through the long river of time. These falcons and hounds were all descendants from the era of deities, nurtured into soldiers of the immortal spirit empire. They were extremely formidable in the domain of tracking prey. Even if one escaped into the void, they would still be able to find them. Afterwards, they would attack in groups, biting their prey to death. It was extremely crazy. An eagle's cry rang out, shocking the sky and clouds. Countless divine eagles flew forward like locusts. Then, the cries of dogs shook the heavens and earth. Behind the divine eagles and dogs, the densely packed divine soldiers marched forward in an orderly manner. They lined up in a row and charged toward Lin Ling. Amidst the army of divine soldiers, the mighty divine cannons were pushed forward, rumbling loudly. This time, the army of magic soldiers was stronger than the one Lin Ling had encountered on the island of Spirit Nation. This was because all of them were at the deity realm, and there were only 1,000,000 martial gods in Spirit Nation. He's dead, he's dead. Looking at Xiao Air and the rest, they were all on the verge of tears. They knew that they had been targeted by the death warrant, and they would not rest until they were dead. Stop talking nonsense and run quickly. While Lin Ling is attracting the attention of the army, run as far as you can. This Lin Ling is indeed a troublemaker. Do you think that the army will give up on killing us in order to kill Lin Ling? Three spirits, what do you think? The light golden dragon and the rest fled in the same direction as Lin Ling, hoping that the army would not chase after them. Of course, this was just an extravagant hope. As they were escaping, a large group of divine soldiers led by a divine general separated from the steel torrent and charged toward them. Sabaku. Lin Ling was expressionless. He ruthlessly slashed his sword behind him. Borrowing the spread of the sea of blood, he also rushed forward quickly. Sush. The sword that was filled with killing intent continuously slashed the eagle hounds, causing them to lose their lives. However, there were still more eagle hounds coming from behind. Lin Ling did not care too much and rushed forward with all his might. However, he could only use the second stage innate fusion, so his speed could not even reach 200,000 worlds. Compared to the third stage innate fusion of 250,000 worlds, it was a far cry. An early stage lower god with a speed of 200,000 worlds. This speed is not bad. Moreover, his sword is very sharp, and his killing intent is monstrous. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? At the back of the army, two divine generals were slowly walking forward. They were not in a hurry to chase because they knew that if they were targeted by their steel torrent, that person would not be able to escape. Sush. At this time, a freezing force blocked in front of Lin Ling. Looking around, the time in front of him had been frozen, and the ones who had activated this force were the eagle hounds. Break for me. Break. Lin Ling knew that once he was frozen, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he slashed his sword with all his might. However, something strange happened. When the sea of blood landed on the ice actually caused a rebound. Then, the sea of blood flooded over, but Lin Ling dodged it. Interesting. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Obviously, he had seen something. He punched out. Gotcha. The ice in front of him shattered, and Lin Ling rushed out at the same time. Behind him, the army was stunned. They did not expect Lin Ling to be able to escape. One should know that the frozen immortal gate was specially used to trap and kill enemies. It could reflect a lot of divine energy and divine energy. Obviously, Lin Ling could break it, relying on the strength of his physical body. Who is this person? In the army, the old man with white eyebrows frowned. The other two divine marshals smiled faintly. One of them, a handsome scholar, said, "The army that chased after the dragon tribe reported that the person we were chasing is called Lei Gong. He is one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents void." Lei Gong? I remember that he has fallen. This should be the new Lei Gong. However, this guy is really brave. With the identity of Lei Gong, he dares to run around. No matter who he is, the celestial nation orders us to kill him. The 3 divine marshals said faintly. The old man with white eyebrows also said sternly, "Kill him with an army of 300,000. The remaining 200,000 will kill the group of people from the dragon tribe." Obviously, he was giving the order. When the other 2 divine marshals heard this, they sneered. In their opinion, the new Lei Gong was dead meat. Swoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling was crazily rushing forward. Now that he could not use his strongest move for the time being, he needed some time. However, since he dared to come out alone, he naturally had other trump cards. They were the Cast Bean Soldiers and the Thunder Mudball. Lin Ling had used up a lot of Cast Bean Soldiers in the battle in Lei Gong's main hall. Now, he still had a lot of Cast Bean Soldiers left. At this moment, a large number of divine hounds rushed over from behind. These divine hounds ran in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Above them, divine eagles roared and blocked Lin Ling's path. Chapter 4387. It seems that I can't return to the valley camp for the time being. Then, Lin Ling suddenly turned around and flew in another direction. Because the road he came from had been blocked, if he forced his way through, he would definitely be entangled by the army behind him. But even so, just as he turned around, a large number of divine hounds pounced on him from behind. They came and bit at Lin Ling crazily. These divine hounds opened their huge mouths in midair and turned into 4 petals, as if flowers had bloomed, and their mouths were full of sharp teeth. Little Kunlun. At the critical moment, Lin Ling waved his left hand and the primeval forest suddenly grew, countless vines tied up the mouths of those divine hounds. Bang, bang, bang. Next, a large number of divine hounds and divine eagles were tied up and fell from the sky. And with this, Lin Ling finally rushed out of the encirclement and rushed towards the mountains in the distance. He really has many tricks up his sleeve. The army behind was still chasing Lin Ling, and the scholar among them said with a faint smile. Although this guy is Lei Gong, he is only an early-stage lower god. His strength is indeed very strong. I'm afraid that there are few among the lower gods who can match him. No matter what, his mysterious vine plant is mine. The white-browed old man and the other divine general also said with a smile. Voila! In the dense forest, a ray of light quickly passed by. It was Lin Ling, startling countless birds in the forest. However, at this time, endless spider webs suddenly shot out from the forest, covering the sky and earth as if it was an inescapable net. What kind of demon is this? It's poisonous. Lin Ling slashed out and cut the spider web in front of him. Then, he felt a force looking down at the tyrant's song sword, but it was swallowed by killing intent. Just in time to help me block the pursuers. Lin Ling smiled faintly and did not cut the spider web around him. Instead, he opened a gap and shot it out. As soon as he moved, the divine hounds and divine eagles behind him were entangled by the spider web. Then, they whimpered and were poisoned to death one by one. GGGG. At the same time, the sky of the forest seemed to be raining, sprinkling down a large number of thumb-sized objects. Looking carefully, they were actually small red spiders. What was terrifying was that when these small spiders landed on the bodies of the divine dogs and eagles, they actually swam into their bodies. Then, one by one, the divine dogs on the surface, there seemed to be something crawling inside his body. It was obvious that the spiders had turned him into their nest. A large number of divine hounds and divine eagles died, causing the divine hounds to not dare to rush forward. They lowered their tails and whined. "Damn it, what a cunning fellow!" After the army arrived, angry voices suddenly floated out, because these divine hounds and divine eagles were their comrades, but now they were all dead, and this was only the result of chasing after one person. The 300,000 soldiers no longer sent out divine hounds and divine eagles. Instead, they took the initiative to chase after them. All directions percussion formation. Behind them, the white-browed elder waved a flag of command, which caused the army of 300,000 to speed up. They used their numbers to fill the gap and charged through the spider forest, charging into the distance. Push the boat with the current formation. Soon after, the white-browed elder waved a blue flag of command, and within the army of 300,000, rolling waves suddenly appeared under their feet. They brought the army forward in a grandiose manner, and their speed increased by another level. Gradually, Lin Ling's figure also quietly appeared. "Let's see how you escape." The army was even more murderous. In front of them, Lin Ling's mouth curled into a sneer. "You actually know how to use the spirit formation. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. If you catch up, you'll die even faster." Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, and the sea of blood rolled. The approaching army on the left was immediately submerged, and tens of thousands of people were killed with a single slash. This way, Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao had reached perfection. After killing the steel torrent that was rushing towards him, he moved his feet and charged towards the other direction. With a single slash, tens of thousands of people were killed. This is not good. This person knows the spirit formation Dao. When our army was about to be submerged, he forcefully broke through the encirclement. His trembling has caused our army to suffer close to 100,000 casualties. Someone immediately reported to the divine commanders that he had killed so many divine soldiers in 2 moves. The 3 divine commanders no longer had the time to smile, and their expressions became somewhat serious. Activate the zither formation. Focus on stability. The white-browed elder shouted, and the 3 of them rode on a divine chariot, slowly following behind him. As expected of a god. After 3 slashes, the killing intent has already accumulated enough. Next, I'll just have to wait for my soul power to recover. In front of them, Lin Ling saw the steel torrent slowing down. He smiled faintly, put away the tyrannical song sword, slowed down, and walked forward slowly. Of course, he was smiling because although his sword seemed powerful before, in reality he could only swing it a few times. Now, if the army rushed over quickly, Lin Ling could only rely on his own strength to resist. Therefore, the army focused on stability and slowly surrounded him. This was exactly what Lin Ling wanted, because he needed time to recover. This chase lasted for a full hour. Suddenly, an army with surging killing intent appeared in front of them, and the ones being chased in front of the army were the light golden dragon and the others. "What's going on?" "That's Lin Ling." "Oh my god, we went the wrong way." After walking for a while, we actually walked to Lin Ling's side. "Damn, do we have to be so unlucky?" Luoshin and the others looked around, and they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Ever since they met Lin Ling, they had never been so lucky. It's you guys. What a coincidence." At the same time, Lin Ling saw the light golden dragon and the others rushing in front of him, and he immediately smiled faintly. "Coincidence my ass." The light golden dragon and the others scolded at the same time. Without a doubt, they could only run away together in another direction. As for the ferocious army behind them, there were more than 400,000 of them. "Go to hell." Suddenly, Lin Ling slowed down and waved his right hand, and a large amount of golden flames shot out like meteors. Boom. However, the army formed into a human formation and formed a powerful screen of light that easily blocked Lin Ling's attack. It seems that it will be difficult to kill them. After his attack failed, Lin Ling immediately rushed forward. However, the army had already surrounded him, and they were filled with killing intent. They wanted to kill Lin Ling in the army. Boom. Lin Ling sneered and threw out a ball of lightning mud. This ball of mud instantly exploded and killed a large number of experts. One had to know that these lightning bolts were terrifying. Even treasure god Nan Wufenyu had to avoid them, let alone an army of early-stage lower gods. Moreover, because the army was too close to Lin Ling, many of them were killed. Chapter 4388. I was almost scared to death. That guy is still in the mood to kill the army. The giant shadow said, gritting his teeth. He was so jealous that he wanted to die. Who asked him to be Lei Gong? Be content. If he didn't kill Ma Qiangfang's army, we would have been overtaken by now. The radiant golden dragon said gloomily. Content my ass. However, Hero Luo and the others cursed angrily. Although Lin Ling had indirectly helped them, it was Lin Ling who had brought this disaster upon them. Another 50,000 soldiers died. A soldier on the divine chariot behind them reported. The 3 divine marshals were stunned, and the veins on their foreheads bulged even more. 80% of the divine eagles and divine hounds are dead. I thought 100,000 soldiers would be the limit, but that guy killed another 50,000. Damn it. Pass down my order. Inject the divine blood. We must kill Lei Gong in the ear-holding ox cave. If more soldiers die, we won't be able to report back. So, this is the last time. The 3 divine marshals discussed for a while and came to a unanimous decision. They didn't believe that a mere early-stage low god could be so strong. They estimated that Lei Gong was about to reach his limit. This was because they also saw that the previous explosion wasn't the power of the blood sword, but the power of thunder. This meant that the thunder god couldn't use the blood sword, so he could only use his life-saving trump card, and that life-saving trump card was definitely running out. The army that received the order divided into 100,000 soldiers. 2 mysterious needles appeared in each of their hands, and then they stabbed them into their temples. Boom! A violent aura suddenly erupted. The eyes of the 100,000 soldiers turned red. Their strength soared, and they all reached the peak of early-stage low god. The combined aura of the 100,000 soldiers dyed the sky red. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. This immortal spirit empire is really scary. I don't know what method they used, but their strength has increased greatly. We are finished. Sensing the terrifying aura behind them, Luotian and the others turned pale. The immortal spirit empire, even the Dragon Valley doesn't dare to provoke them. How can they be weak? The radiant golden dragon said solemnly. He knew that a bloody battle was coming. Where's Lin Ling? He seems to have been stopped by the army. The giant figure frowned and looked behind him. However, at this moment, 3 roars resounded. Incomparably terrifying lightning energy erupted. It carried an unprecedented domineering aura as it blasted apart the heavens. The sun in the sky was now submerged as endless lightning enveloped the entire heavens. Looking at the center of the explosion, the 100,000 soldiers from before bloomed from the center. Countless pieces of flesh and broken godly armor bloomed like flowers. Crackle! Streaks of lightning also wreaked havoc in all directions. A moment later, countless wreckage floated in the sky, and among them, a figure shot out. It was Lin Ling. Such a terrifying explosion also caused Luotian and the others to stop in their tracks. Their jaws were wide open and they were unable to say a word for a long time. Awesome, awesome, awesome. After a while, someone finally muttered to himself. That's the power of the steps of God. The radiant golden dragon suddenly said solemnly. Then he roared, "Let's go!" Luotian and the others also reacted and quickly ran away. This was because they had a feeling that the immortal spirit hegemony nation would explode with anger after losing so many soldiers. They would definitely send out experts because the human wave tactic was useless against Lin Ling. Sure enough, behind them, the remaining 200,000 soldiers fell silent. Their faces were ashen. As for the 3 divine commanders on the divine chariot, they gritted their teeth and remained silent. After a long time, the white-browed elder finally spoke. It's time for us to act. If we don't kill Lei Gong, we won't be able to report back to our superiors. We underestimated him. He actually killed 200,000 soldiers. It seems that the 4 great gods of the 9 continents void are indeed not simple. The scholarly divine commander sneered. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked it slightly. His tongue was like a snake's, very demonic. The new Lei Gong, let us meet you. The last person opened his hands like the claws of a phoenix and tore the void in front of him. After tearing the void apart, the divine chariot rushed in. In the blink of an eye, the void in front of the 200,000 soldiers trembled. A majestic dragon-tiger divine chariot rushed out. The moment it rushed out, cracks appeared in the void. Then, 3 experts with smiling faces appeared in front of Lin Ling. Divine commanders, divine commanders, divine commanders. Seeing this, the 200,000 soldiers behind them cheered loudly. Their voices were deafening. This was because everyone knew that the 3 great divine commanders had finally appeared, and they were one of the 7 great divine commanders of the immortal spirit hegemony nation. Their strength was monstrous. Almost at the same time, the radiant golden dragon and the others, who were running away, narrowed their eyes. They all sensed that those 3 were mid-stage lower gods. Lin Ling, it's over. The giant figure suddenly laughed. He was incomparably excited and expectant. The 3 great divine commanders, TSK. How can Lei Gong stop them alone? Luo Shen clenched her fists in excitement. Lei Gong, I've heard a lot about you. At this moment, the scholarly divine commander on the divine chariot smiled and said, to show my respect, let me introduce myself first. My name is White Gracegrass. I'm from the immortal spirit hegemony nation. However, before he could finish, Lin Ling had already thrown out 3 black mud balls. Then, a burst of destructive lightning energy erupted. In front of the steel army and the radiant golden dragon, the divine chariot was blown up. The 3 great divine commanders couldn't react in time and were smashed to pieces. They vomited blood continuously. If the 3 of them hadn't joined forces to stop the lightning attack at the critical moment, they would have died here. Crush! The terrifying lightning storm bloomed in front of everyone's eyes. The ferocious wind blew the steel army back continuously. After an unknown period of time, when the lightning storm gradually weakened, 3 extremely miserable figures appeared before everyone's eyes. They were the 3 great divine commanders. However, the 3 great divine commanders didn't look like divine commanders. They were covered in dust and were vomiting blood continuously. They were grimacing in pain from the destruction of the lightning. By the way, you said earlier that you're from a country? While everyone was still in disbelief, Lin Ling's frowning voice drifted over. What the hell, this guy? Luo Shen and the others were completely speechless as they stared at the scene in the distance. Chapter 4389. Lei Gong. Soon, 3 people shouted at the same time. They were the furious old man with white eyebrows and the other 3 generals. What kind of country are you? How rude. However, I have no time to play with you. Lin Ling said calmly. Then he threw out a large number of beans with his right hand. Then he turned around and left. This was Bean Soldier's formation. You want to leave? Seeing this, the 3 divine commanders shouted again. However, countless clouds exploded in front of their eyes. Then, mysterious people with strange appearances and different clothes appeared one after another. I am Xianxia. An old man with a divine sword on his back looked at the 3 divine commanders with a smile. The 3 divine commanders were stunned. Who are these people? Why did they suddenly appear? And there are so many of them. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they saw that he had already flown away. Where do you think you are going? The old man with white eyebrows and the others would not let Lin Ling escape. However, when they were about to attack, a sword slashed at them. It was the smiling old man. Although I do not like to cause trouble, I will not be afraid if others cause trouble to me. After slashing with his sword, the old man said seriously, Damn it! When did we offend you? The 3 divine commanders were even more furious. Who was the one who offended whom now? Kill them! Kill! They did not care about the damage caused by Lin Ling's lightning. They attacked one after another and attacked indiscriminately. Apparently, the group of people who suddenly appeared could not withstand the joint attack of the 3 divine commanders. They were continuously killed and turned into clouds of clouds. I am Xianxia. If you think you are capable, You can play with me. I'm not afraid of trouble. Let me tell you, my grandfather was involved in the research of atomic bombs. The 3 generations of my family are not to be trifled with. Kill. What infuriated the 3 gods was that this group of strange people had been blasted beyond recognition, yet they still dared to spout such arrogant words, saying something about participating in the atomic bomb research, and that they would research their entire families. Boom. Boom. In the end, the group of strange people who suddenly appeared were all killed. However, Lin Ling had disappeared. Chase him. If he is alive, I want to see his corpse. The 3 divine marshals were already on the verge of erupting like volcanoes. They pointed forward and roared. With this order, the steel army behind them once again flooded forward. You killed 200,000 of our soldiers, toyed with us, and now you want to escape? The white-browed old man shouted coldly, and a huge silver piece of metal appeared in his hand. The piece of metal was 1 meter long and half a meter wide, and there were mysterious runes on its surface. Rings of glazed light curled around the piece of metal. Creation. Following his voice, a faintly discernible figure appeared on the metal block. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Ling's figure. Found it, let's go in. The white-browed elder threw the silver piece of metal into the sky. Then, as if the piece of metal had fallen into water, ripples appeared in the sky. Seeing this, the other 2 divine commanders' eyes flickered. They didn't expect the white-browed old man to use the divine metal of creation in order to hunt down Lei Gong. After all, this was the white-browed old man's innate talent, which could create the creation of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. Pearl divine chariot. Seeing that the white-browed old man didn't hide his strength, the scholars smiled faintly. A flag appeared in his hand, and he waved it in the air. The divine chariots they were sitting on immediately began to move and charged into the ripples caused by the divine metal of creation. In the next moment, the divine chariot disappeared. Space diversion. Seeing this scene, the steel flood in the distance also cheered. A general checked the compass in his hand and then ran into the distance. Kill them. At the same time, they left behind 50,000 soldiers to kill the golden dragon of light and the others. This is our chance. However, the golden dragon of light sneered. This was because he had been hiding his strength all along. Now that he saw an army of 50,000 early lower gods, he was naturally confident that he could wipe them out. Lin Ling is really crazy. Now that the immortal spirit nation has no hegemony, we have to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. An army of 50,000 is very strong. However, the golden dragon of light seems to be confident. We still have a chance to win. Luotian and the others laughed. They had the 3 spirits, Qing Mo, and Luotian. The 3 of them were one of the 8 new deities of the current generation. Naturally, their strength was extraordinary. They were confident that they could fight against an army of 50,000. On the other side, Lin Ling continued to fly past. However, his sharp soul power sensed that something was wrong. They are really persistent. Then Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He originally wanted to return to the valley where he was stationed, but he stopped at this moment. Lei Gong, go to hell. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. Then, ripples appeared in the sky in front of him. A divine chariot rushed out and charged toward Lin Ling at the speed of 100 worlds. Boom! As soon as the divine chariot appeared, a dragon and a tiger appeared beside it. They spat out the ice fire cannons ferociously. Swoosh! Lin Ling moved sideways and quickly dodged the ice fire cannons. However, as soon as he dodged, the divine chariot crashed into him. On the divine chariot, the 3 divine marshals looked ferocious. Let me see how you can escape. The scholar's voice sounded at the same time. Why do you have to run? Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He activated the 3rd part of the innate talent fusion. The gray robe was so cold and silent. This sudden change made the 3 divine marshals frown. They didn't know why, but they felt that the young Lei Gong had changed. He seemed to have become stronger. However, Lei Gong had been hunted for so long. How could he become stronger? A futile struggle. The white-browed elder sneered. Obviously, he didn't believe that Lin Ling still had strength. Boom. Almost at the same time, the divine chariot crashed into Lin Ling. Lin Ling punched out. His fist collided with the divine chariot, causing ripples in the void. The sound of the collision was deafening. However, the collision that even a mid-stage low god wouldn't dare to face was blocked by Lin Ling's punch. How is this possible? 3 voices came out from the mouths of the 3 divine marshals, filled with disbelief. Get lost. After Lin Ling blocked the divine chariot with his fist, he pressed his other hand on the divine chariot. Holding it with both hands, he threw the divine chariot out like a windmill. This guy. On the divine chariot, the 3 divine marshals felt dizzy. However, they were all mid-stage lower gods. With a slight movement of their bodies, they all jumped off the divine chariot. The white-browed old man waved his hands, and a silver iron plate flew over. Soon after, a ray of light shot out from the iron plate. It covered the world. Seize your fortune. The white-browed elder roared, causing Lin Ling to feel that something strange was happening. Just as the white-browed elder's attack landed, the scholar in the distance chanted something. The divine chariot that had gone out of control turned around and shot towards Lin Ling again. As for the other divine marshal, he opened his arms and his eyes suddenly turned red. When he looked at the sky, a large number of meteorites suddenly appeared in the sky. They crashed down. Chapter 4390. Join forces. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. He didn't have time to think and punched at the divine chariot. The divine chariot was even more ferocious than before. Its divine energy was unstoppable, pushing Lin Ling back. Lin Ling also noticed that there was a familiar energy in front of the divine chariot. It was the flame of the human monarch. Lin Ling was shocked. He subconsciously looked at the white-browed old man and immediately knew that this was the power of the other party's divine embryo. The white-browed old man's talent seemed to be able to seize another person's talent and use it on another person. The power of this divine embryo was similar to the step of wisdom. It was extremely heaven-defying. Rumble. With the addition of the human monarch's flame, the divine chariot's golden flames rose and constantly forced Lin Ling back. Looking at the countless meteors in the sky, they all turned into gorgeous trajectories and bombarded Lin Ling. So powerful, Lin Ling thought. If he wanted to defeat any one of these 3 experts, it would be difficult for him to do so. Now that the 3 of them had joined forces, how could Lin Ling resist their battle prowess? Rumble. While Lin Ling was thinking, the meteors had completely engulfed Lin Ling and exploded one after another. The destructive power of those meteors was so terrifying that it seemed as though they could kill any early-stage low god. But soon, a figure rushed out from the explosion. Looking carefully, this person was also riddled with wounds and blood was dripping. But as soon as he stabilized himself, those wounds quickly healed. And he was Lin Ling. The 3rd stage of the innate fusion had gathered all 7 of Lin Ling's divine embryos. Naturally, his defensive power was beyond imagination. After rushing out, Lin Ling didn't stop. He immediately burst out with a speed of 250,000 worlds and rushed into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Seeing that Lin Ling was about to escape, the scholar coldly shouted. He controlled the divine chariot and launched countless divine cannons at Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the divine cannons were shooting out beams of divine wood. When they appeared around Lin Ling, they immediately sealed off the space where Lin Ling could escape. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. It was as if a huge wooden ball had appeared, and Lin Ling was inside the wooden ball. Break! Lin Ling watched as a large number of divine trees flooded towards him. He waved his fists and unleashed the power of 1.5 million worlds. He punched the divine trees apart and rushed out of the encirclement. Seal! Then, Lin Ling let out a low growl and threw the stare of wisdom like a taboo. Moreover, it landed on the silver iron plate. After doing this, Lin Ling also rushed forward and disappeared from the sight of the 3 people. How can this guy still have such strength? The speed at which Lin Ling rushed out of the encirclement was so fast that they couldn't react at all. Therefore, the three people could only watch as Lin Ling left and felt that it was unbelievable. This was because Lin Ling had already killed 200,000 soldiers and was suppressed by the three of them. He should have reached his limit. However, who knew that he would suddenly burst out with strength again? Moreover, his strength was so strong that he could resist the three of them head-on without being defeated. This is so infuriating. Why is that guy so difficult to deal with? Damn, Lei Gong is indeed Lei Gong. I'm convinced. However, I don't believe that I can't kill him. If we don't kill him, how can we report back? More than 200,000 soldiers have died, and there are still more waiting for our good news. The three divine commanders cursed and then looked at the white-browed old man. The white-browed old man snorted coldly. He can't escape. After saying this, he looked at the silver iron plate. Then, his pupils constricted and he shouted, "Oh no, my fortune divine tablet has been sealed." What kind of joke is this? At this time, you're saying that the fortune divine tablet has been sealed. How are we going to chase after him? Hearing his words, the other two divine commanders widened their eyes. The scholar suddenly reacted and said angrily, "It's him." When he rushed out, I saw him attacking the fortune divine tablet. At that time, I thought that he was making a last-ditch effort. I didn't expect him to have a way to make the fortune divine tablet lose its effect. Then what do we do now? What else can we do? We can only wait. The three divine commanders were so angry that they wanted to curse. They knew that if they let Lei Gong escape further and further, it would be difficult for them to catch him. Inform the army to search for him. However, Lin Ling had already committed a heinous crime. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, they had to catch Lin Ling. Therefore, the white-browed old man issued a death order. The three of them obviously hadn't expected that they would spend so much time and lose so many people just to chase down a junior. At this time, on the other side, Lin Ling was moving rapidly underground. He sensed that the ground was now filled with a torrent of steel troops. What a troublesome thing. If it wasn't for the three of them, I would have killed him long ago. Lin Ling grunted coldly. If he hadn't noticed the mysteries of the iron token earlier, then he would probably still be unable to escape death. Because the iron token seemed to be able to lock onto his tracks, and it even possessed the might of teleportation. Although he was temporarily safe, Lin Ling knew that the situation wasn't optimistic. However, at this time, a sharp cry came from the dark ground. What's that? The human king's flame appeared in Lin Ling's palm. He wanted to kill it, but soon, a huge head popped out from the darkness. Then, a passage appeared in front of Lin Ling. That huge head was actually the head of a pangolin. "It's you." Lin Ling recognized it instantly. Wasn't this the pangolin that was stationed at the bottom of the valley? "Come and help me." Moreover, Lin Ling instantly sensed the pangolin's intention. The pangolin immediately nodded. After turning its head, it kept digging and led Lin Ling forward. "I don't want to go back to the valley for the time being. You can lead me to avoid the pursuers." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and then said, "Although there were countless experts in the Lei Gong Hall and Grandpa Treasure God and the others, if those three dared to come, they would definitely die." However, Lin Ling didn't know the background of those people. He didn't want to bring trouble to the Lei Gong Hall rashly. The pangolin knew what Lin Ling was thinking and immediately dug a hole in another direction. Its speed was incomparably fast. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that the hole dug by the pangolin had a mysterious rhythm. It could avoid detection. Unless it was underground, it was really difficult to find it. After moving forward for a full hour, there was a rumbling sound. In a huge cave, the pangolin's head popped out. Then its four limbs moved slightly and it crawled out. Behind it, Lin Ling also jumped up. "Thank you." Lin Ling smiled at the pangolin. His eyes swept around and found that the cave was very big. There were many small caves around and there was a mysterious wind blowing in from each of the caves. What a fishy smell. I'm afraid this cave is not simple. Chapter 4391. Squeak squeak. At this moment, the giant pangolin made a sound to Lin Ling, as though it was about to leave. "Go on. When you return, help me tell them that I'm fine." Lin Ling walked forward and stroked the pangolin's head with a smile. Although he was not afraid of being hunted down by the three divine marshals, Lin Ling would eventually be tired if the chase continued. Therefore, it was not bad that the pangolin could help him find a quiet place to rest. Kunlun. Little Kunlun also swam out. Its vines shook at the giant pangolin as though it was thanking it. Squeak, squeak. The pangolin stuck out its tongue and licked little Kunlun. Then, it swam back into the cave because it still had to go back to feed its young. After the pangolin left, Lin Ling stroked little Kunlun and smiled. I didn't expect my kindness to be rewarded. I let it go because of your suggestion last time. Today, it's repaying your kindness. All right. It's time to rest. After that, Lin Ling found a quiet corner and sat down cross-legged to recover. However, as soon as he sat down, a soreness spread throughout his body. Then, intense pain came from his wounds. However, Lin Ling did not care about the soreness. Instead, he constantly sensed his entire body. He realized that after the previous battle, his physical strength had increased. Deities are indeed strong. The divine fetuses of those three have reached the 8th grade and above. In addition, they are mid-stage lower deities. It is indeed difficult to fight them. By now, Lin Ling had fought with many lower deities. Therefore, he was somewhat familiar with this realm. Generally speaking, deities were much more difficult to deal with than martial gods. Moreover, if there was a difference of one realm, it would be difficult to fight against someone of a higher realm. At the end of the day, it was because it was too difficult for deities to break through. Therefore, most deities increased their strength by constantly strengthening their divine power or increasing the talent of their divine fetuses. Where did those three come from? Did they come from the void of the 9 states? They are too strong. I'm afraid they are only slightly weaker than little Qilin. Thinking about the previous battle, Lin Ling was curious about the origins of those people. However, he was certain that those people were not from the Spirit Nation. After a long time, Lin Ling had fully recovered. After checking, he found that he had used up all of his magic arsenal, but he still had one thunder mud ball left. However, he was in his peak condition this time, and he could even use the scabbard and the 3rd stage of his talent fusion. Therefore, he went on his way again. After scanning the surrounding caves, Lin Ling sensed a familiar feeling from one of the caves. Immediately, he followed the cave. Drip. At this moment, in a cave, more than 10 figures were sitting there in a sorry state. All of them were panting heavily, and their bodies were covered with wounds of various sizes. We finally made it out. 50,000 soldiers, we killed 20,000 of them, but we still managed to escape in the end. Be content with what you have. Those are all early-stage low-god realm experts. In terms of cultivation, they are much higher than us. If it wasn't for Senior Radiant Golden Dragon attracting a large number of experts, we would have died long ago. Thank you, Senior Light Golden Dragon. These people looked at the ground and saw a dim golden dragon lying there. At this moment, it was also covered with wounds and its breathing was weak. It's okay. I was only saving myself. The golden dragon also let out a soft voice. Overall, we finally escaped. Damn it, it's all because of that Lin Ling. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been so unlucky. The giant figure let out a sigh of relief, then gritted his teeth and said, Wait, we might not have escaped this time. Everyone seems to have forgotten about that thing. Suddenly, Luotian said in a serious voice. Her words made everyone come to their senses, and then all of them trembled. This was because, after Luotian's reminder, they now felt a faint feeling of being spied on. That feeling was from the Dark Goblins. That's right, the Dark Goblins had been following them, and there were quite a number of them. Everyone be careful. The Dark Goblins are looking for an opportunity to kill us. Everyone stand up. Even if you have to pretend to be strong. San Ling immediately shouted. However, just as he stood up, he immediately sat down on the ground powerlessly. Previously, when he was fighting the Steel Torrent, he had already exhausted all his strength. Now, even if he wanted to pretend to be strong, he couldn't do it. Looking at the others, they were all in the same situation. Because of their weakness, the Dark Goblins who had been hiding in the dark were also eyeing them covetously, looking for a fatal blow. Especially the Golden Dragon of Light, he was the most anxious at this moment. This was because even breathing was difficult for him, let alone standing up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As if sensing that they couldn't miss this opportunity, the dark goblins in the dark of the cave finally became restless and shot towards the group. Bastards! Everyone's expression changed drastically. They wanted to resist, but it was obviously very difficult. I didn't expect that we'll die here. At this moment, everyone's mood was gloomy. The feeling of dying from a sneak attack made them feel very uncomfortable. They died with their eyes wide open. I've caught you. But at that moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Then the entire cave was sealed by a mysterious force. Looking at the radiant golden dragon and the others, they saw that they were surrounded by radish-like shadows, unable to move at all. What's going on? These radish-like heads are the dark goblins. Why did they suddenly stop moving? And looking at their appearance, they seemed to be very panicked. Luotian and the others were shocked. They felt as if they had just survived a disaster. At this moment, footsteps finally sounded. Then, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness in front of them. If it wasn't Lin Ling, who else could it be? I've finally caught them. Lin Ling, who walked out, smiled. With a flick of his finger, divine energy shot out and landed on each of the dark goblins, instantly killing them. Then Lin Ling collected all the dark goblins. His depressed mood instantly became carefree. Because the dark goblins were comparable to the divine spring, now that he suddenly obtained so much, his mood naturally wouldn't be bad. Moreover, he didn't expect that he would be interrupted midway, but in the end, the dark goblins were still caught by him. It's you. Looking at the calm Lin Ling, everyone felt that it was unbelievable. This was because they never thought that Lin Ling would still be alive, and even appear in front of them so casually. This made them feel that Lin Ling being chased was just a game. You Scourge, why aren't you dead yet? The Golden Dragon of Light also looked at Lin Ling and then spat out a mouthful of blood, looking very depressed. Is this what a dragon should say? Or are all of you Dragon Clan ungrateful people like this? In any case, I saved you from the dark goblins. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're cursing me to die? Chapter 4392. Because after encountering Lin Ling, they had been unlucky until now. Who did they provoke? Okay, I'm not going crazy with you. Goodbye. After Lin Ling put away the dark essence, he wanted to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, a demonic wind blew in his face. Then, a few demons that looked like humans and monsters appeared in the cave. They were strange because they had human limbs and bodies, but their bodies were covered with colorful hair. Their legs were also in the shape of phoenix claws. Their faces were ugly, and they had a bird's beak. Moreover, their bodies stank. That stench carried the smell of human blood. Sure enough, there's someone here. I sensed a human presence before. After they rushed out, they immediately spat out human words and stared at Luo Shen and the others with excitement in their eyes. What is this? Dragon? Haha, I didn't expect our luck to be so good. If we give this dragon to the king will definitely reward us heavily. That seems to be a human woman. Tithike, I heard that women are the most delicious. They kept staring at Luo Shen and the others, causing their faces to turn ugly. If they weren't injured, they would have killed as many as they could. Humans, obediently hand over your lives and we'll give you a quick death. After the demons discussed, they looked at Luo Shen and the others with a smile. They could see that Luo Shen and the others were seriously injured. Luo Shen and the others knew that they needed time to recover, so they were stalling for time. 72 caves, Peacock Cave King's people? Yes. Speaking of their origin, the demons puffed out their chests and said, "We are the demon kings of the 72 caves under the Ox Demon clan. It's your fortune to die in our hands." Yes. Ox Demon clan? Hearing this, Luo Shen and the others' faces changed slightly. They had naturally heard of the Ox Demon clan. It was said that they were the most terrifying existence in Gr Ox Cave. Okay, you finished your nonsense. I know you want to stall for time. Unfortunately, although we are demons, we are not idiots. Give me your lives. Yes. Those few demon men sneered and continued to speak. Their footsteps had already begun to move forward. Wait, if you want to take us away, at least wait until we recover a little. Right now, even walking is a problem for us. Seeing that the other party had noticed their intentions, Xiao Er hurriedly said, Don't worry, you don't have to leave, because you are all going to become corpses. Except for the dragon lying down, the life and death of the others don't matter. However, one of the fiendish demons laughed and strode forward. Seeing this, the faces of God Luo and the others changed greatly. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and shouted, Lin Ling, help us? Why should I help you? Lin Ling looked at them strangely and said calmly, This. No one could refute that because Lin Ling indeed had a reason not to help them. Also, all of you seem to be heavily injured, but all of you have hidden trump cards, right? That's why I'm guessing that these fiendish demons won't kill you so easily. Lin Ling said again. What? They still had a killer move. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly shocked the fiendish demons and made God Luo and the others explode with anger. Because that killer move, which they had originally wanted to use for a sneak attack, had been exposed by Lin Ling. And a killer move that had been exposed was no longer a killer move. Moreover, they were indeed heavily injured and could only rely on that killer move. Wait, we are the people of the four gods. If you dare to kill us, be careful of the gods' revenge. We are from the dragon race. Do you dare to provoke the dragon race? Be careful of the dragon race's anger. God Luo and the others immediately said, wanting to intimidate these little demons with their background. This is Xianxia's cave, not your realm of the gods. However, the fiendish demons did not give him any face. They quietly transformed into colorful peacocks. Although they looked beautiful, there was always a bloody stench on their bodies. Therefore, they gave off a very disgusting feeling. Realm of the gods? Looks like these little demons still don't know that the realm of the gods has been destroyed. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. Then, his gaze landed on the feathers of those peacocks and his eyes instantly lit up. Those feathers seemed to be pretty good treasures. Bang! Just as the fiendish demons were about to attack, suddenly, golden flames appeared on their bodies and burned them continuously. Then they began to assimilate, and these were the flame of the human king. As Lin Ling was not familiar with Xianxia's cave and felt that this place was very dangerous, he wanted to use these little demons to investigate the cave. However, this time, the flame of the human monarch, who would do anything for no gain, had failed. Because those little demons kept moaning, but they were not assimilated. Lin Ling sensed a strong feedback from them, refusing to be assimilated. How strange. According to the assessment of strength, they are only at the peak of the martial god realm and do not have divine energy. But because of their innate advantage, they have a lot of divine energy in their bodies. But this kind of strength is not enough to resist my human king's flame. Unless their bodies are very powerful, could it be? Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up and guessed the origin of these little demons. They should be transformed from a feather, and the owner of the feather was still alive. Therefore, this caused them to be unable to assimilate. As for the owner, it must be one of the 72 cave masters. Thinking up to here, Lin Ling did not hold back anymore and controlled the human king's flame to obliterate these little demons. The few little demons let out painful cries and were burned clean in the end, leaving behind a few arm-thick feathers. These feathers were very exquisite and emitted the light of treasures. Pretty good treasure. If used to forge, it can forge a powerful divine artifact. And if used to refine, this can also raise my cultivation realm. Lin Ling beckoned with his right hand. Those feathers landed in his hand and he could not help nodding in satisfaction. Now, he obtained the black goblin and the demon feather. The harvest could be said to be not small. Lin Ling, wow, you actually killed them. Seeing Lin Ling kill the little demons so easily, Luotian and the others were unhappy. Because they all knew that those little demons had the powerful 72 cave masters behind them. If the cave master came, with their current state, they would definitely not be able to resist. I am saving you. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you blame me? Seeing the angry faces of Luotian and the others, Lin Ling immediately sneered, "Bullshit. You already know that we all have trump cards on us. These little demons can't kill us at all. I think you're going for those feathers." The giant shadow's face was distorted with anger. Chapter 4393. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head and said coldly, "First, if you continue to talk nonsense, I can kill you all without the cave master coming. Don't forget, you all have a great enmity with me. It's just that I promised Lei Gong that I wouldn't bicker with you. Otherwise, with my temperament, you wouldn't have survived until now." The last sentence floated out with boiling killing intent, scaring Xiao and the rest. They didn't dare to look at Lin Ling again. Even Luotian, who once dared to fight with the Qilin, was pale and didn't dare to say a word. Indeed, with Lin Ling's current strength and the enmity between them, if Lin Ling killed them, they wouldn't be able to resist. Second, there's no need to lure the cave master because he's already here. At this time, Lin Ling said again. Everyone's face turned serious. After the bright golden dragon recovered, it quietly transformed into a human and looked around with deep eyes. "You're the one who killed my son." A colorful light lingered in the cave and quietly turned into a tall and sturdy figure. Looking carefully, it was an old man. He wore a colorful feather cloak and his long hair was green. His facial features were somewhat terrifying. He had the eyes and nose of a lion, but his mouth was like a bird's beak. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, forming a multicolored light that illuminated the entire cave. Under the cover of these lights, except for the bright golden dragon, everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Very strong. Was this the 72 Cave Master? "That's right, it's me." Lin Ling looked at him calmly. "You have guts. There aren't many young humans who can remain calm in front of me. You're the third." The old man looked at Lin Ling deeply and said, "I thought I was the first, but the third doesn't matter." Lin Ling nodded. "Not bad, 72 Cave Masters. Their strength is actually at the mid-stage low-god realm, and their demon embryos are extremely powerful. Most likely, they have reached the 10th grade. Most importantly, there are 72 experts like you in the entire Ear-Ox Cave. The might of the Ear-Ox Cave is beyond your imagination. We are merely monster kings. However, I am surprised by your calmness. You seem to be an early-stage low-god. I wonder, why are you so confident?" The old man nodded and looked at the radiant golden dragon. "With this dragon? Even though he's very strong, he's heavily injured now. Moreover, there's a force sealed within his body. So, it's obviously unrealistic to ask him to help you. I don't need that trash's help. Let's fight. I'm also very interested in you, Ling, behind you." Lin Ling placed his right hand behind his back. With a light flick, the Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand. On the huge sword, a blood-red glow flowed. "With this sword, I can be sure that you're quite famous among the humans. Very well, let's fight. I'll let you know the might of the Ear-Ox Cave." The old man's body trembled. Suddenly, countless feathers bloomed behind him, like a peacock spreading its tail. Divine scripture. With a low shout, those feathers immediately shot out. They were multicolored and extremely resplendent. These feathers moved with a rhythm, sealing the entire cave. Then colorful rays of light burst out. "My eyes!" Luotian and the rest screamed. They realized that their eyes had been stimulated. They couldn't see anything, only colorful rays of light. "Hee hee, you humans dare to enter the 72 caves. You'll all die for me." They couldn't see anything. They could only hear the cold voice drifting into their ears. At this moment, everyone was irritated. It was as though those rays of light not only affected their vision, but also their mood. "Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling again. If he didn't kill those little demons, how could the cave master arrive so quickly? Why am I so unlucky every time I meet him?" "What do you mean by meet? He's the one who comes to us every time." In their irritation, thinking of the unexpected calamity during this period, their mood became even worse. At this moment, among the colorful rays of light, a feather shot forward. It was mixed with the power of 7,000 divinity. Bang! However, in the light, A figure flashed quickly and easily dodged it. I didn't expect you to be unaffected. Seeing that person easily dodge it, the old man let out a cold laugh. Your rays of light aren't actually stimulating the eyes. They're stimulating the soul. As long as your soul isn't strong, it's useless no matter how you close your eyes. In the light, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Your perception is really impressive. But so what if you know? I, the Peacock Cave Master, am not just powerful. The old man waved his hands and a large number of feathers shot toward Lin Ling. Their speed had reached 200,000 world speed. Most importantly, there were so many of them that it was impossible to guard against them. You can't kill me. At this moment, the gray-robed Lin Ling finally appeared. He released 250,000 world speed and moved continuously. With a strange footwork, he dodged a large number of feathers. Moreover, with a wave of the sword in his hand, the feathers that were close to him were sent flying. How is this possible? Lin Ling's sudden increase in strength undoubtedly shocked Cave Master Peacock greatly. After all, Lin Ling was merely an early-stage low god. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to his strength. But who could have imagined that this mysterious young man could actually erupt with such strength? You're a demon too? Moreover, Lin Ling was wearing a gray robe and the divine energy on his body was very strange. He couldn't figure it out. However, he was one of the 72 cave masters and the king of demons left behind from the era of gods. His strength was also heaven-defying. As the feathers he controlled danced in the air, the power of divinity increased crazily and reached 10,000 units. 10,000 units of the power of divinity. This was a terrifying amount of strength. At present, in the void of the 9 prefectures, other than some unknown characters, Lin Ling knew of gods, other than the 4 great gods, no one else had 10,000 units of the power of divinity. Under the constant impact of those feathers, Lin Ling's efforts were strenuous and unrewarding. His body was almost out of control from the impact. Let me tell you, my feathers are getting stronger the more I fight. The power of divinity will continue to increase. The Peacock Cave Master sneered. This was his heaven-defying innate demon body. Your feathers are indeed powerful. But as long as you find the right way, the weakness is actually quite big. At this moment, an ethereal voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Then, he activated the Step of Wisdom and locked onto one of the feathers, sealing it. And after that feather was sealed, all the other feathers seemed to lose control and fall from the sky. That previously insufferably arrogant power of divinity had now dimmed. Chapter 4394. It was because his feathers were indeed powerful, able to continuously increase his divine power. However, its weakness was also fatal. One of the feathers was the most crucial. If it suffered a heavy blow, the other feathers would lose their source of power. However, normal people couldn't discover this secret at all. That was why he relied on this move to make his own. He dominated the 72 caves. Don't ask me how I know. You only need to know that if this secret of yours is leaked, at least this killer move of yours will have no effect. Lin Ling's gray robe fluttered in the wind. After sealing the feather, he swung his blood-red great sword fiercely. Rumble. Terrifying murderous aura turned into a sea of blood, destroying everything. Boom. Then, with a loud boom, the colorful light exploded. The dazzling feeling from before disappeared without a trace. The golden dragon and the others also recovered. However, when they looked at the old man in the colorful feather cape, he spat out a mouthful of blood and stared fiercely at Lin Ling. In front of the old man, the rolling sea of blood spread and completely drowned the old man. In the end, he could not be more dead. Lin Ling killed the 72 cave masters. Seeing this, everyone was in disbelief. Although they did not know what the 72 cave masters were, they could guess how powerful these overlords were. It was obviously impossible for an outsider to kill these overlords. However, Lin Ling succeeded. He killed an early-stage low god. As expected of Lei Gong. Sanling and Qing Mo secretly admired him. He didn't die. He only lost a feather. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling's face was still calm. Then, he picked up the feather on the ground and revealed a satisfied smile. "You are so powerful. I wonder who you are." Almost at the same time, the old man's deep voice came from the cave. The Peacock Cave Master was indeed not dead. "They called me Lei Gong." Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently, "Lei Gong. I will remember this." The old man's voice drifted further and further until it finally disappeared. "What's going on? I clearly saw him die." Luotian and the others exclaimed when they could no longer sense the old man's aura. The previous one should have been a feather of the Peacock Cave Lord, and that feather was cut off by Lin Ling. That's all there is to it. The Peacock Cave Lord isn't actually dead. That's my guess. At this time, the radiant golden dragon said indifferently as he looked at Lin Ling, "What you said is almost the same. However, the only difference is that I don't think he has more than 10 of those feathers, and I only got 1. Lin Ling said as he strode away after finishing his words. Now that he had unleashed all of his trump cards, he needed some time to recover. Otherwise, if he were to encounter the Peacock Cave Lord again, he would be completely defenseless. "Go." After watching Lin Ling leave, the light golden dragon and the others pondered for a moment and decided to follow him. This was because they realized that this seemed to be the cave of demons. With their strength, even if they had recovered, they were clearly no match for these cave masters. Therefore, following Lin Ling would definitely be safer. Lin Ling also sensed the people following behind him. He sneered and ignored them. Then, he found a quiet cave and sat down cross-legged to recover. Looking at him, he seemed to be unscrupulous. However, the radiant golden dragon and the others did not dare to think too much. This was because they had personally witnessed Lin Ling battling the Steel Torrent, the 3 divine marshals, and the 72 cave masters. Therefore, in their hearts, Lin Ling seemed to have no limits. Even now, they were not sure if Lin Ling had unleashed his full strength. Therefore, even if they were asked to sneak up on Lin Ling, they would not dare. "This time, I have gained a lot. This cave master feather and those few smaller feathers are all good treasures. If I can refine them, my early-stage lower deity realm will be stabilized." Lin Ling rubbed the mysterious feather with his finger and then sealed it in his spatial finger to prevent the Peacock Cave Master from using the feather to follow him. And now, although Lin Ling was an early-stage lower deity, his realm was not stable. Once it stabilized, Lin Ling could cultivate all the martial arts and divine abilities again, greatly increasing his divine energy. Currently, his Bodhi Testimony divine art, Luai's true form, and human sovereign's flame had not been cultivated to the limit. The same went for the twin dragon innate skill, wraith jellyfish, and chaotic body. They could all increase his divine energy to a certain extent. Time passed just like that. Lin Ling was not in a hurry to refine the treasures. Instead, he was constantly recovering. After his soul energy had recovered, he stood up calmly and looked into the distance, deep in thought. "Lin Ling, I reckon that the immortal spirit hegemony is chasing after you outside. And in the cave, the Peacock Cave Master is also chasing after you. You have to be more careful from now on." At this moment, Luotian stood up and said calmly, "They are not chasing after me, they are chasing after us." Lin Ling glanced at her and corrected her. "Damn it." Luotian cursed in her heart, but she nodded helplessly. "You are right, they are chasing after us. So, what are your plans now? You want me to bring you out of this cave, right?" Lin Ling did not answer, but asked back. However, he did not wait for Luotian and the rest to reply and said, "Coincidentally, I am also going back. You can follow me, but once you leave the cave, immediately get lost from my side." But Luotian and the rest did not care about Lin Ling's rudeness and nodded. Lin Ling sensed the direction and then chose a cave to move forward. This cave was obviously not as smelly as before. It seemed that there were not many demons. Not long after they left, a large number of demons arrived. Then, their noses twitched and they cursed angrily, "King, they have escaped." "Damn it, that brat took my life feather and now he wants to escape. Find them, we must find them." An angry voice rang out in the cave. It was the Peacock Cave Master. As for outside the cave, in the distant sky, the 200,000-strong army was also searching everywhere. However, they attracted the attention of the 72 cave masters. An intense battle broke out between them and two of the cave masters. Of the 200,000-strong army, 70,000 to 80,000 were killed. Bastard! On the divine chariot, the three divine marshals ground their teeth. Because they had used 500,000 soldiers to kill the young man, more than half of them were killed or injured. However, not only did they not kill the young man, but he had also disappeared without a trace. While the two forces were looking for Lin Ling led Luotian and the rest through the cave. Along the way, they were safe and sound. Lin Ling's soul power quietly spread out to investigate the cave. However, he discovered that there were many powerful existences in this vast and boundless cave. Moreover, the cave extended in all directions as if it led to the nest of the demons. Chapter 4396. However, the radiant golden dragon's face instantly turned ugly. No matter how strong I am, I can't compare to you. You're just acting tough. Although Lin Ling was praising him, Lin Ling was stronger than him. Therefore, he couldn't feel happy about it. I'm not acting tough. I'm just telling the truth. Lin Ling shook his head. The radiant golden dragon looked at Lin Ling and realized that the latter was neither arrogant nor impatient. Indeed, he didn't seem to be trying to suppress him. However, the more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. Acting tough was the most fatal. Right? You said that he's related to the Ox Demon clan? At this time, Luotian asked curiously. When she saw Lin Ling nodding, she frowned and said, "No wonder he's so strong. That's because the Ox Demon clan has the bloodline of the divine world. This clan is born as a monster. Once they're born, they're all divine embryos. Divine embryos of the superior gods. Seems like you're quite familiar with the Ox Demon clan. You must have been told by the Titanic Crescent god." Lin Ling looked at Luotian and smiled. Then, he thought about the group of people who were chasing him and asked, "What's the immortal spirit hegemony nation? Is it a divine country left behind by the divine world?" "No, they're a divine country on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. However, it said that they were left behind during the era of the gods. Our Dragon Valley has been in contact with the immortal spirit hegemony nation many times. We know that they're very strong and have countless experts." The radiant golden dragon immediately explained upon hearing that. I thought they were from the divine world. So they're from the void of the 9 continents. What kind of country is this? They're courting death." Lin Ling immediately snorted. If he had the chance, he would bring Grandpa Treasure God and the others to settle the score. This way. After exchanging a few words, Lin Ling sensed a fishy stench coming from the surrounding caves. Therefore, he immediately chose another path. "It's the Peacock Cave Lord chasing after us." Seeing that Lin Ling had increased his speed, the radiant golden dragon and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They caught up to Lin Ling and asked anxiously. "I think so. However, this Peacock Cave Lord is also very powerful. At this point in time, it's not suitable for us to fight him head-on. After all, this is the cave. No one can guarantee that the other cave lords won't come." Lin Ling nodded and increased his speed again, leaping through the cave. After walking for a full hour, a large number of demons arrived, but they still could not find Lin Ling and the others. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. What rich spiritual energy! Over here. As for Lin Ling, he was originally slowing down, but he suddenly sensed something, so he sped up again. After a long time, wisps of ancient spiritual energy assaulted their faces. The spiritual energy was so dense that even the radiant golden dragon and the others sensed it. At this moment, they all looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not say a word. He increased his speed and carefully moved forward. A huge cave within a cave quietly appeared in front of them. The sound of dripping water could be heard from within. On the ceiling of the cave, which was dozens of meters high, a large number of stalactites hung there, dripping spiritual liquid. Looking down, dense spring water spread out on the ground. It was so clear that one could see the bottom, and it emitted streams of dense spiritual energy. Holy spring! There were no less than 100 holy springs. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others narrowed their eyes and subconsciously licked their lips. Currently, Holy springs were the best cultivation resources for the gods. They were born in the void after thousands of years. In the void of the 9 continents, except for Miaoshen's true inheritance, it was rare to see such a rare natural product. This also caused the cultivation of the gods in the void of the 9 continents to be slow. But here, a single cave had actually produced over 100 divine springs. Look! Suddenly, Luotian pointed to the front. Within the holy springs, a large number of figures were hidden in the dense spiritual energy. They were also eyeing the holy springs covetously. And these people were very unfamiliar. Looking carefully, they did not look like the demons of the 72 cave masters. Xianxia. Lin Ling looked quietly for a moment. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He recognized one of them. Xianxia? That name sounds familiar. Right, could it be the trial taker? Yes. At the side, San Ling seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes narrowed. That's right, it's him. So if I'm not wrong, those people are from the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling nodded. His words made Luotian and the others' expressions change slightly. However, Lin Ling quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, there aren't many experts on their side. Other than Xianxia, the next one is the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face. I'll deal with the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face. As for Xianxia, if the bright golden dragon attacks, it should be able to suppress him." The one with the transparent face is Xianxia? He doesn't look weak, but it's worth a try. The bright golden dragon nodded and looked at the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face that Lin Ling mentioned. It discovered that this person's strength was unfathomable. Although he was an early-stage lower deity, his aura was not much weaker than a mid-stage lower deity. The talent of the yin-yang face is probably not weak. Then, the bright golden dragon said in a low voice, "Indeed, the feeling he gives me is stronger than the divine general of the immortal Spirit Nation. However, with the identity of the Spirit Nation, that person should be a divine spirit. Coupled with Xianxia, TSK, sending 2 divine spirits here, I'm afraid it's not easy." Lin Ling did not act rashly. He had a feeling that Xianxia had received some mission, so he was acting in secret. Wait a moment. Lin Ling secretly sent a voice transmission to the crowd. Then, he set up a spirit formation in the surroundings and concealed them. Just as the spirit formation was set up, a mysterious power spread out from the cave. It formed a world power that enveloped the entire cave. So close. Sensing that, Luotian and the others felt lucky. However, they were also afraid that Lin Ling's spirit formation would not be able to conceal them. Fortunately, that power did not seem to have sensed anything and disappeared. They are so cautious. I'm afraid that other than the divine spring, there are other treasures here. Xiao Er carefully stuck his head out, wanting to see more clearly. However, Lin Ling grabbed his head and pulled him back. Be careful, they are still investigating. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated out, giving everyone a fright. Generally speaking, after checking the surroundings and finding nothing strange, people would stop searching. Who would have thought that the people of the Spirit Kingdom would continue to search? If they had been careless and relaxed, they would have definitely been discovered. Everyone, relax and be enveloped by my power. Do not resist. Lin Ling's voice suddenly became anxious. Then, his soul power spread out and enveloped the crowd. Chapter 4397. Evil Ghost. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. On the island of Ling Kingdom, Xianxia had devoured the evil ghost. This meant that the current evil ghost was Xianxia, and Xianxia was also an evil ghost. Let's go! After an unknown period of time, the radiant golden dragon finally spoke in a low voice after seeing the evil spirits floating back one after another. Ling Kingdom had us search for some metal box. It's truly a hidden place. Is a mere metal box really that important? At this time, a woman's voice came from the cave. Lin Ling glanced around and immediately recognized that it was Long Ling from Spirit Light City. This mission isn't simple. The great god of Ling Kingdom personally ordered us to complete it. In addition, the great god of Ling Kingdom knows of the ancient times and can reverse the universe. He knows of the many treasures left behind in the god realm, but he sent us to search for the treasures in this place and others to search for them. From this, it can be seen that the metal box is truly important. Thus, we must obtain it. The hoarse voice belonged to the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face. Shift positions. Left 12 firmament supreme, right 36 great yin, right 82 revolutions. That's the divine spring. Murmuring voices came from the cave, allowing Lin Ling's group to understand that there was a pattern to the arrangement of the divine springs. I'll go get the metal box. You guys stay here and take the divine springs with you. The hoarse voice turned into a streak of light that shot into one of the divine springs. Metal box. Lin Ling finally smiled. He had never imagined that the metal box that Taoist master of many treasures had requested would be found here. It was truly a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. Strike. Next, Lin Ling no longer concealed himself and rushed out. In midair, a thunderous finger shot out from his hand and pierced through the chest of one of the women. She was Long Ling, whom he had met in Spirit Light City. Not good. That woman fell down and then anxiously shouted, "Who's there?" Xianxia's expression also changed. His body turned transparent as he looked in the direction that Lin Ling's group had come from. Dragon-proud 9 heavens. At this moment, a domineering voice rang out behind Lin Ling. Light and golden light shot out explosively, transforming into an unstoppable dragon claw that clawed at Xianxia. Dragon race. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he immediately used his ultimate technique to clash with the radiant golden dragon. It's Lin Ling. The fallen dragon spirit also recognized Lin Ling, and its eyes were filled with malevolence. Die. However, Lin Ling showed no mercy. He stretched out his left hand and countless human king's flames engulfed the woman, burning her crazily. No, I'm Lord Yi's disciple. Please spare my life. The woman used to hate Lin Ling to death, but now that she was in a life and death situation, her hatred had weakened significantly. She used to hate Lin Ling because she felt that Lin Ling was similar to her. She would kill Lin Ling sooner or later. But now, she realized that the gap between her and Lin Ling was too big. She couldn't catch up to Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at her because Lingua had killed Lei Gong. He had always kept this grudge in his heart. Radiant Golden Dragon, Luotian, stop him. We'll split the loot equally. After killing the woman, Lin Ling said to the crowd. All right. Luotian and the others nodded. Although they hadn't completely buried the hatchet with Lin Ling, at least in front of Lingua, they were still xenophobic. Lin Ling, you've also come to the ear cauldron. Just as Lin Ling locked onto one of the divine springs, a complicated voice rang out, causing Lin Ling's gaze to shift. He was surprised because the person who spoke was Wang Shui. Back in Lei Gong's hall, Wang Shui and the city lord of Yi City tried to stop Lin Ling. In the end, Lin Ling defeated the city lord of Yi City and killed Wang Shui. At that time, Lin Ling had asked the city lord of Yi City if Wang Shui could be resurrected. The city lord of Yi City didn't answer him back then. But now Lin Ling knew the answer. It seemed that this Lingua was indeed terrifying. He had the ability to resurrect experts. Senior Wang Shui, you lost to someone back then, causing you to leave Snow Wind Academy. Today, your opponent is also here. Go and defeat him yourself. Lin Ling ignored Wang Shui. His body moved and shot towards the holy spring. Stop that demon, Lin. Seeing this, Xianxia scolded. Every time he saw Lin Ling, nothing good would happen. As expected, this Lin Ling was indeed an old demon. You want to leave? Wang Shui shouted coldly and wanted to stop Lin Ling. But soon, a halberd appeared in front of him and blocked his path. An incomparably terrifying physical strength erupted. I remember you, Wang Shui, the one who cultivated the 8-9 demonic art. Come, let's see if you've become stronger after so many years. I'm the one who defeated you back then, Qingmo, the one who cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art. The person who attacked was Qingmo. His voice caused Wang Shui's expression to change drastically. He looked at his old enemy in disbelief. Wang Shui cowered. You didn't dare to deal with the humiliation you brought to Wind Rain Academy. Instead, you let Lin Ling wash away the humiliation. Do you still have any shame? After the 8-9 mysterious art appeared, Qing Mo's strength increased greatly. Wang Shui roared and used all his strength. Gulp. With everyone blocking him, Lin Ling successfully rushed into the divine spring. He was secretly relieved. If he hadn't promised Luotian and the rest to follow him, he might not have had the chance to see the metal box. After all, if he was alone, Xianxia and the rest would definitely stop him. What rich spiritual qi! As he went down the divine spring, Lin Ling also felt the spiritual qi entering his body and stabilizing his cultivation. But soon, Lin Ling finally reached the bottom of the water. The area at the bottom of the water was not large, making Lin Ling feel as if he was at the bottom of a well. Looking ahead, a stone platform appeared there. A few ancient vines wrapped around a rusty iron box. It was very magical. In front of the stone platform, a middle-aged man carefully took out the iron box from the vines and fixed it. He was afraid that he would alarm something during the process. After a while, when the metal box was in his hand, the middle-aged man was visibly excited. Although the great god of Spirit Nation didn't tell me what was in the metal box, I volunteered to take on this task. It was a broken ancient book that I obtained during the investiture of the gods in the 9 states. It recorded that one of the strongest physical body cultivation techniques in the primordial age was hidden in a metal box. It was created by Pangu. The great god personally sealed it. If this is the legendary metal box, then I'll be able to obtain such a technique. Chapter 4398. With a burst of excitement, the middle-aged man stared at the stone tablet in his hand and suddenly frowned. As expected of a technique from the time of creation, the minimum requirement to practice it is the physical strength of 1,000,000 worlds. In today's world, there are very few people who have the power of 1,000,000 worlds. But it doesn't matter. After I go, I will cultivate my physical body and strive to reach the power of 1,000,000 worlds as soon as possible. You don't have the power of 1,000,000 worlds, but I do. Let me practice it. But at this moment, a cold shout suddenly came, and then a strong wind whistled, and a figure rushed toward the middle-aged man. This sudden change also made the middle-aged man's expression change, but he was still the Holy Spirit of the Spirit Kingdom. With a clap of his right hand, a sword flew out from behind him and slashed fiercely at the newcomer. Wind-seeking stance. A strong wind gathered, mixed with the terrifying power of the gods, and it was as if the sea was overturned. As soon as the sword was unleashed, it was fearless. After the sword was unleashed, the bottom of the holy spring was not affected at all. Instead, strong winds tore the void apart. The third stage. However, a low and deep sound came from the bottom of the water. Soon after, a gray-robed man quickly leaped forward. He was not afraid of being torn apart by the wild wind. He approached the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face. With a grab of his hand, he suddenly grabbed one of the stone tablets. Oh no! The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes because he did not expect that the mysterious person who suddenly appeared was so strong that he dared to resist his wind-seeking stance. It should be known that there were very few gods in the early stage of the lower god realm who could resist his sword. It was also because this sword carried the charm of the great way of wind. What a strong defense, but you want to take my treasure. Dream on. However, the middle-aged man was also very strong. He shouted angrily, and the yin-yang faces suddenly bloomed with light. In the light, one of the divine thoughts and the other of the demonic thoughts rushed toward Lin Ling. This was a 10th stage lower god embryo, and the limit was the level of a middle god. Come out. Sensing a terrible force coming toward him, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice, and the 7 divine embryos all bloomed at this moment. The 2 dragons roared, the chaos swallowed heaven and earth, the evil spirits stirred up life and death, the human king ruled the world, the thunder god calmed the wind and rain, and the Vajra guarded the center. The 7 divine embryos appeared at the same time and immediately resisted the great way of yin and yang. Lin Ling's left hand didn't stop. He grabbed another stone tablet without hesitation. That stone tablet recorded the information of the new world will host. For you, seeing that his talent did not gain the upper hand. Of his 2 extremes and 3 questions, asking thunder style. As soon as this sword appeared, lightning erupted. The power of a god actually reached the 8,000 level. After all, this person was merely an early-stage low god, yet his strength was comparable to a mid-stage low god. This clearly showed how formidable he was. Seeing this, Lin Ling clasped his hands together, and lightning spat out from his hands. When the sword shot toward him, it quickly caught the terrifying sword. Almost at the same time, the small kunlun on his arm swam out and wrapped around one of the stone tablets. When it was about to wrap around the second stone tablet, a strange eye suddenly opened on the forehead of the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face. Countless small swords shot out from the eye, and these small swords looked like a single line. The speed of these small swords reached 300,000 world speed. 2 polls, 3 questions, lightning questioning. Obviously, he was paying more attention to Lin Ling, and did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. Thousands of swords as thick as fingers shot toward him, forcing the little kunlun to give up on the other stone tablet. Seal. In this short exchange, Lin Ling also knew how strong this person was. Probably not even an early lower god could match him, and he was much stronger than those immortal spirit nation. This spirit nation was indeed full of experts. The stairs of wisdom came out in a mighty manner, causing all the swords that were shooting towards him to freeze in place. However, the divine energy of these swords was beyond imagination. Therefore, they were only slowed down, and could not be sealed by Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling shocked again, because after coming to the Ear Ox Cave, the Step of Wisdom had helped Lin Ling escape many times. But today it was the first time that the seal failed. But compared to Lin Ling, the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face was even more astonished. This was because his lightning querying style came from a secret realm in the divine world, and it took him 30,000 years to comprehend it. It was also his trump card, and it had always been used to slay gods. It could even easily kill mid-stage low gods. But facing an early lower god junior, he did not have the slightest advantage. I've heard that the Ear Ox Cave attracted countless gods and experts. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. I'm afraid that this young man is even stronger than the sage progenitor. Only the young chief of the Ox Devil clan could stand up to him. But who is he? Several thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind. Rumble. At this moment, a roar came from the stone platform behind him, as if something had been awakened. The vines that had wrapped around the iron box moved at this moment, as if they were dancing tentacles. Oh no, the mother of the 72 cave masters has woken up. Sensing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed instantly. He knew that he could not stay here for long. However, when he looked at Lin Ling again, Lin Ling had disappeared. Bastard! The middle-aged man roared, and with countless tiny electric swords, he rushed back the way he had come. Rumble! But at this moment, a fist came from above. Although the divine energy seemed to be only at the level of 6,000, the divine energy was terrifying, and it was mixed with unparalleled physical strength. At least 1,000,000 worlds of energy. The middle-aged man raised his head, and his eyes trembled. He was not shocked by the strength of the fist, but by the physical strength of someone who had exceeded 1,000,000 worlds of energy. Oh no, Pangu Strike! He instantly thought of the premise of practicing Pangu Strike, which was to have a physical strength of 1,000,000 worlds. It turned out that the gray-robed young man had already planned this. Rumble! The fist came down and destroyed a large number of rocks. However, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, and immediately, countless thin swords shot out and turned the hard rocks into dust. Then, he wanted to rush up and catch up with Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a tentacle-like vine shot out and wrapped around his leg. Damn it! This sudden change undoubtedly made the middle-aged man's heart skip a beat. He knew that the thing that bound him must be the awakened cave master demon mother. The gray-robed young man's fist was not an attack at all. The purpose was to tie him up and let him face the awakening of Cave Master Demon Mother. One had to know that there were 72 cave masters in this vast and boundless cavern. Some of them were extremely powerful and comparable to gods. Normally, these cave masters were in a deep slumber. Once they woke up, a calamity would definitely befall them. Chapter 4399. But now, not only did he not obtain anything, he had even eaten a mouthful of dust. This hatred was comparable to the hatred of killing one's father. Most importantly, he still did not know who that person was. Gulyalu. On the other side, Lin Ling was rushing up the holy spring with an anxious expression because there were two experts below who were about to catch up. Especially the vine-like cave master, Lin Ling could feel that he was very, very strong. Of course, although it was dangerous, the rewards were not bad. He had obtained an ancient stone tablet. As for the other stone tablet, although Lin Ling did not obtain it, it was a rune that recorded the world will host. Lin Ling had already memorized it with his soul force. As long as he passed it to the giant ghost, he would know what to do next. Who was this world will host? Therefore, the remaining stone tablet was dispensable to Lin Ling. Boom! A moment later, Lin Ling rushed out of the holy spring. He looked around and realized that the battle outside the holy spring was also very intense. However, the spirit kingdom's side could not withstand the attacks of the light golden dragon and was retreating. The remaining Xiao heir and the rest were frantically collecting the holy spring. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling rush out, Xiao heir and the rest were overjoyed. Even the giant shadow that hated Lin Ling smiled. Although they had grudges with Lin Ling, they were still on Lin Ling's side in front of the spirit kingdom's great enemy. Moreover, their grudges with Lin Ling were not life and death grudges. Hurry up, don't take the rest of the holy spring. When Lin Ling saw that most of the holy spring had been collected, he immediately flew toward the radiant golden dragon. In midair, he threw a punch at it. Lin Ling, you two are bullying me. Among the spirit kingdom's experts present, Xianxia was undoubtedly the strongest. Seeing Lin Ling's sneak attack, he cursed angrily. However, Lin Ling sneered. He didn't need to give any face to Xianxia, so he didn't stop punching. Instead, he sped up. Right now, he was still in his gray robe state. That level of strength was naturally not something that Xianxia could block. Boom! Xia's heart violently beat. He also erupted with all his strength, wanting to block Lin Ling's punch. However, after the collision, a terrifying force impacted the entire cave, causing it to seem as if it was about to collapse. Then, Xia's right arm was blown to smithereens by the punch. You've become a god. After being injured, Xia kept retreating as he cried out in shock. During the battle on the island of Ling Nation, Lin Ling was not a deity at that time. Instead, he became a deity in the Dragon Palace after the battle. Therefore, Xia did not know about this at all. However, back then, Lin Ling had slaughtered everyone on the island of Ling Nation with the strength of a peak martial god. Now that he had become a deity, his strength was naturally beyond imagination. At that moment, Xia was filled with both hatred and fear. He hated that Lin Ling had become stronger and had always been above his head. He was afraid because after becoming stronger, Lin Ling had joined forces with the bright golden dragon. How could he resist? Where's Lordy? Where's Lordy? He thought of the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face and felt anxious. However, after Lin Ling heavily injured Xia, he pondered for a moment and ordered the bright golden dragon to retreat immediately. After all, although he wanted to kill Xia, this person was very powerful. He didn't know what divine ability he had that allowed him to resurrect. Therefore, he might not be able to kill him this time. If he wasted too much time and waited for the experts in the divine spring to come out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Running after snatching the treasure, this was the principle that Lin Ling had honed over the years. There are still 2 more divine springs. Don't we want them? Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Luo Shen and the others were reluctant to part with him. No! Lin Ling took the lead and rushed into one of the caves. When the bright golden dragon and the others saw this, they immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly followed behind. Rumble! When they left, they also stirred up a mess at the entrance of the cave. After they left for the time it took 3 incense sticks to burn, the ground exploded open, and a figure in a sorry state charged out. He was covered in blood and was covered in injuries. Moreover, his long hair was disheveled, and Xia and the others were almost unable to recognize him. Naturally, He was the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face. Who was that person just now? Where did he run off to? After rushing out, the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face looked around and immediately knew that the gray-robed youth had an accomplice. As a result, Xianxia and the others didn't get any advantage. He went that way. The person just now was Lin Ling. Xianxia quickly said, Lin Ling? He's Lin Ling, one of the top 10 enemies of the Spirit Nation? The Lei Gong of the four great gods Lei Gong Hall? Hearing this, the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face was stunned and then became furious. No wonder he's so powerful. He has a strong background. Go after him. After speaking, he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the cave that Lin Ling had rushed out of. His face was full of yin and yang and it was gloomy. Xianxia and the others were stunned and didn't want to chase after Lin Ling. This was because they felt that even if they caught up with him, Master Yi might not be able to kill Lin Ling in his current state. They also couldn't suppress the bright golden dragon and the others. Therefore, the outcome would still be miserable. Rumble. But at that moment, a gigantic tentacle rushed out from the divine spring where the middle-aged man had rushed out. The surface of the tentacle was covered in mucus, and it was constantly spewing out poisonous smoke. The entire cave was rapidly corroded by the poisonous smoke, turning it moist. Upon closer inspection, the cave had unknowingly become a monster's stomach. It was constantly squirming and it was very terrifying. What a powerful method. He has unknowingly set up a world. This must be the divine stairs. Hurry up and leave. That's the cave lord demon mother. She's very strong and we can't fight against her. In the distance, the middle-aged man with the yin-yang face's voice floated over. Xianxia and the others were sweating profusely and immediately chased after the middle-aged man. Moreover, they hated Lin Ling because they had found the treasure with great difficulty. However, in the end, they didn't get anything. Instead, they were in a situation where they were being chased. Share the holy spring. At this moment in the cave, Lin Ling led the others and rushed forward quickly. Then Lin Ling spoke. Lin Ling, how about 20 holy springs? We have a total of 110. Luotian immediately said. Although Lin Ling had taken more, they all knew that Lin Ling had suppressed the strongest middle-aged man with the yin-yang face. Without Lin Ling, they wouldn't even get a single hair. But Lin Ling didn't argue and immediately took the 20 holy springs. This was because he had a feeling that it would be very chaotic later. At that time, if everyone was separated, it would be difficult for him, Lin Ling, to get the holy springs. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the sound of heaven and earth shattering suddenly came from the front, causing the entire cave to shake. What happened? Did they catch up?